All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast episode. What is this? 108. It's easy to lose track these days, but 108 episodes in, and yeah, it's been a pretty slow. I don't even want to say news week because I feel like obviously this week has been slow, but it seems like ever since we rolled into April, things have just been very, very, very quiet. Very quiet. But yeah, thank you guys as always for waiting patiently for the intro credits roll. Just for those who don't know, although I'm sure most of you do know, I I like to give people some time. See somebody saying, bring brown sugar, bring back brown sugar, MBG. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. Me and him were talking recently. Maybe I could bring him onto the channel again. Maybe not necessarily for a podcast episode, but to just maybe have some general discussions. That might be something I think people would find interesting, potentially. I don't know how many people still remember Brown Sugar, but I think we did like one or two podcast episodes together, and I know we did some stuff for my members as well as like a membership perk. But yeah, he was talking to me about that recently, so that's definitely something we can consider. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here with me. I want to first of all extend a big thank you to everyone who has been watching my content, specifically the past week, the past 2 weeks, because things have really just come to a crawl. I mean, things are so slow. I just got a mustache hair in my mouth. Sorry about that. That's not something anybody should have to see and you have to deal with. But yeah, it's been a ridiculously slow past couple of weeks, and that's why I titled this podcast, at least the first topic that we're going to discuss, what will Sony do next? Because I really genuinely feel that me, you, everybody, nobody, literally nobody knows what Sony is going to do, what their next move is, what their next play is. I feel like, logically speaking, we can make assumptions and we can come to certain conclusions that would make sense, but we don't know. And I just want to have a discussion about that. But I'm going to give you a rundown of the topics that we're going to talk about, as I always do here on the channel. I do have a couple of super chats right off the bat from Pragmaticat, which I'm going to read in just a moment here. This would be a good opportunity for me to let everybody know, those of you who are watching live, but also those of you who are going to watch later on. There are seemingly thousands of people who cannot catch the podcast as it happens live, or maybe they just prefer to watch it once it's, kind of finished. So ways you can help support me, my channel, and my content. You can just watch it. I always tell you, just watching the content, interacting with the content. Hence why I thanked you guys this past week, even though there's very little news. Tried my best to keep the content flowing, keep it as relevant to PlayStation as I can. And you guys are there showing up in force, showing your support. That helps tremendously. Other ways you can support the channel directly, hitting the like button. Obviously, if you're here live now, hit the like button. If you're watching after the fact, hit the like button. It helps with YouTube's algorithm, helps grow our community here. But some more direct ways you can help support the channel. You can donate a super chat. I rely on you guys doing that with not only each podcast, but every stream we do. And I always say you guys are the backbone. You can become a channel member. Right now, my channel memberships are simply for those who want to support me directly on a monthly basis. I see somebody saying, is that a Guns N' Roses tee? I feel like, I don't know if it's the same person that says it every week, but I see a message every single week, no matter what shirt I'm wearing, is that a Guns N' Roses tee? It is very clearly not a Guns N' Roses t-shirt. It's a Soundgarden t-shirt. Although I do have a few different Guns N' Roses t-shirts, but I'm glad you asked. Yeah, today it's the Soundgarden shirt. But yeah, those are ways you can help support the channel directly, and it really does go a long way in helping support what I do here and just allowing me to continue to do what I do here. I feel very privileged to be able to do this, and I enjoy doing it. So again, thank you guys so much. We're going to get to these super chats. We have Pragmatic Hat with 3 super chats in a row. The first one says, "You know how I know we're not in the Matrix? If we were, the food would be better." I mean, I can't really argue with that, right? I mean, I think everybody wants food to be better than what it is, but I don't know. I think there's some pretty good food, you know? You're also saying Sony Xperia 1 Mark IV announcement on May 11th, 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, looking to be revolutionary for mobile gaming and content creators. Are you ready for the next one M66? So, talking about Sony Xperia, that's actually Sony's mobile phone line that they still do support. And I think some people are surprised by that, even though they have very, very, very little market share in the mobile market. Sony does still take their mobile division seriously enough to where they're trying to carve out, seemingly, and this is what I think Sony's best at, they've carved out like a premium market, because if you go look at the Sony Xperia phones that are on offer, they're extremely expensive. I mean, most modern day smartphones are extremely expensive, but because Sony's not really a known phone brand, it is still surprising to see how expensive their phones can be. But I did see that PUBG, I think, partnered with Sony and Xperia, where it's like the official phone for PUBG, and that may not seem significant, but it kind of is, because PUBG Mobile is extremely popular, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not a fan of, these mobile games, but the technology in these phones, it's just getting better and better. And so, yeah, it seems like this is the route that Sony's going. You're saying it's going to be revolutionary for mobile gaming and content creators. Maybe I'll have to look into it. I mean, I don't do mobile gaming, but just knowing that Sony's going to be getting more heavily invested into mobile gaming and likely making mobile versions of their own games, that might be something I look into. No, PUBG is not. I see somebody, just to clarify, PUBG is not exclusive. It's not exclusive to Sony's phone. It's just more like a marketing thing. Like, how Sony gets marketing rights for certain games, like, say, Sony has the marketing rights to Hogwarts Legacy. It's similar to that. You can still play PUBG on any device, really, but Sony kind of got the marketing rights for it, where it's like, this is the home of PUBG Mobile or whatnot. So, pretty interesting. I'm gonna maybe check this out and see. I'm assuming that this phone, the Sony Xperia 1 Mark IV, it's an interesting name. That name kind of reminds me of Metal Gear Solid a little bit. Like, that sounds like some Metal Gear Solid naming convention there, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I might look into that. I have a feeling it's going to be a very expensive phone. And then we have KD, a member for 6 months. Greatness awaits. You're saying it's not that slow, MBG. Season 2 of Halo is out. New seasons of Warzone and Apex next week. New Kendrick album next week too. Life is good. Yeah, I don't mean to make it sound like things are bad because they're slow. I'm really referring mainly to just in the realm of PlayStation, when it comes to Sony and PlayStation relevant content. It's unfortunate that, most of the content, not all of it, but a lot of it it's been having to rely on rumors and speculation. And I don't mind that, I'm not a stranger to that type of content, but I myself, I find that both as a content creator, but also as a PlayStation fan, I'm finding myself becoming a little bit antsy, a little bit eager, and I am enjoying my time, though. I think that's something that's important to point out. It's something I'm going to talk about. Probably the first topic is, again, kind of diving into what I've been playing and letting you guys know what's been going on there. That's something I want to make a much greater effort, as I tell you now, each week to do. And I will tell you this. Ever since I got off of Twitter, it made me realize how much time I actually spent on Twitter and not actually gaming. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I realized that I've been putting way more time into gaming. And that seems silly because it's like, well, surely I've been playing a lot of games, and I've been gaming a lot, even when I did have my Twitter, and I did. But it just kind of highlighted how much more time I could have been gaming, I guess you could say. But it's actually gotten to a point where I feel like I've been gaming too much. Have you guys ever felt like that? I don't know if I'm the only one where it's like sometimes you just spend so much time playing video games, like it almost becomes like, whoa, okay, now I'm becoming like unhealthy here. Like I'm not moving my body. I need to get up. I need to go do some things. No such thing. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I get like that when I spend too much time gaming in like a short time frame. But thank you for that, KD. We have Black Manta 1989, a member for 18 months. Play has no limits. You're saying I finished Horizon 2 earlier this week. Thank the heavens for spike throwers. Yeah, I agree. They were very helpful. You're saying I would have been pulling my hair out if not for those bad boys. LOL. I did find that later in the game, the spike throwers absolutely came in clutch. I started to rely on them very heavily, for sure. So, congratulations, man. I'm glad you finished the game. All right, so yeah, hit the like button. I'm gonna give you a quick rundown of some of the topics that we're gonna discuss today. The first thing I want to do is talk about what I've been playing, what I plan to play, games that are kind of on my radar. After that, I think a really big discussion I want to have with you guys, and I think this is an important discussion. I mean, important as in like if you care about PlayStation, if you're paying attention to PlayStation, and you're just somebody who cares about the brand, and the platform. I want to have a conversation about. It's kind of a combination of a few different topics. So I want to talk more about the idea that this shortage that is affecting the PlayStation 5 is apparently going to bleed into 2024. And this really got me thinking. It got me thinking about the position that PlayStation is in right now. And a really, really important part of this conversation, to me, this is important, is the fact that Sony made it clear with the PS5 generation that they are sticking to what they do best, which is sticking to the traditional console business model. Now, I feel like most of you here listening to this right now, this is probably what you care about as well. I mean, when we think of PlayStation, what do we think of? Well, obviously we think of great games, but right alongside that, we also think of the PlayStation console. And I was really thinking, what is Sony going to do for the remainder of this generation if that turns out to be true? I mean, if you're Sony and you decided we're going to stick to the traditional console business model, and then you're finding out that this shortage that is very much affecting your business model may last until 2024, what does Sony do? Do they just stick to it? Do they ride out the storm? Or is Sony possibly scrambling, maybe not scrambling, but right now having daily meetings, strategy meetings where they're trying to figure out a solution to get around this? Potentially a solution that could change their entire business model. I want to have this conversation. I think it'll be a really good one. And another big reason I want to have this conversation now, and I'm glad that we can have it now, is because in just 2 days, Sony's going to be doing their earnings report. And this is a very big deal because this is their yearly earnings report, not their quarterly earnings report. And so if there's ever a time where we're going to get some really good insight into the future of PlayStation and what Sony is planning on doing, not just for the next year, but couple of years, they're going to have to reveal some of this information, not all of it, of course, but some very important information to their investors. And in turn, we as the fans will learn about what they're doing and what they're planning. So I want to talk about that. Salvazardo6, thank you for the $10 super chat, buddy. You're saying, hey, MBG, with all the acquisition talks, I think WB's gaming division makes more sense for Sony. All teams with talent and no IP sounds more like a Sony move. Thoughts? We've been talking a lot about acquisitions, and we're going to continue to talk about that because it's it's not something that's going to go away. It's something that we have to consider. I will admit it does get a bit tiring at times, but when you talk about WB specifically, I mentioned this on my podcast last week or last Sunday. Oh, and you know what? Hold on, Salvazardo6. I forgot to mention this. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. I don't know how many, mothers are listening to my podcast right now, but happy Mother's Day to you. And I hope that everybody is able to spend some quality time with their mothers and their families. I almost forgot. It's crazy. Like once I kind of start talking and getting into it, I totally forgot today is Mother's Day. At least in this moment I did. I didn't forget entirely because, shout out to my mother, shout out to my wife, happy Mother's Day. But I had to be sure to say that because I would have felt very bad if I went the entire podcast and forgot to mention it. But, excuse me, Salvazard, talking about WB games, as I said on my last podcast episode, I do think that out of a lot of the publishers and a lot of the studios that we imagine Sony potentially acquiring, WB really is, I think, a good fit for Sony. I mean, you talk about not obtaining the IP. We talked about maybe Sony wanting to license the IP. But nonetheless, I do think even if they weren't able to license the IP, there are a lot of talented developers at WB, a lot of talented studios. And I do think that that is something that Sony could really benefit from. Because a big part of Sony's strategy, and I think this is important to understand when it comes to how Sony views acquisitions, is they're not just going for anybody. Sony's not going to go save studios. They're not going to go try to keep studios afloat. Sony has a very specific strategy of we need to evaluate who we're potentially going to pick up, the talent that they're offering, what it is they're developing, how do they function as a whole, stuff like that. These are Sony really does put quality at the forefront, and Sony is not just going to bet on anything. If Sony is going to make a bet on anything, it's going to be on talent, proven talent. It's going to be on, teams that seem to be able to produce results, very quickly and efficiently. These are the things that Sony cares about. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know that every one of WB Studios fits that, but I do think quite a few of them do. So, we'll have to see if Sony makes a move for WB, if there's any substance to those rumors. I said this in my video yesterday, and I do want to say it here as well. I think a pretty safe mindset to have when it comes to acquisitions of any kind regarding any publisher or platform holder at any company is it would be safe to assume that everybody is in talks with everybody to some extent. I think that's a good rule of thumb. So thank you for that, Salvazard. Mark Lovin, you're saying, are you going to be picking up Madison? I believe physical copies release on June 24th. Looks terrifying. Keep up the good work. That name does ring a bell. I know that that's a horror game. I don't know if that's like a PT-inspired horror game, but you're mentioning June 24th. I mean, I'm about to talk about the games I'm playing and what I plan to play, but maybe Madison is a game I'm going to have to look into. I know there are a lot of really good horror indie games that probably, they just breeze on past me because I just never really noticed them. But you're bringing it to my attention. I'm going to have to look into it. Because I haven't played a good horror game in a long time. So Madison, I feel like I've seen multiple trailers for different indie horror games and they all kind of blend together a little bit. But Madison, I feel like I have seen at least advertised a few times on the PlayStation YouTube channel. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I will look into it, man. Thank you for that. And Pragmatic Cat, again, you're saying, aren't cloud servers basically consoles in a room at a corporate office? Then why wouldn't you just want it in your room with ports, etc.? Well, I guess it's mainly because the idea of a cloud infrastructure or like cloud servers, it makes it so that you could tangibly access this type of hardware. So I'll just give you an example, a PS5 server blade, right? If Sony were to release, I don't know, like a PlayStation app that lets you access the cloud and play games through the cloud, kind of like similar to what Microsoft just did with Xbox. Um, you could conceivably hook up a DualSense controller to your phone, and then the phone will connect to the server, the server blade, and you can just stream PS5 games to your phone, because your phone is definitely not going to be capable of doing that. It doesn't, a phone's internals are not going to hold up to what the PS5 is. PS5 is a custom built gaming machine. But with doing streaming like that, with streaming through the cloud, you are at the mercy of an internet connection, and there will likely be some form of latency. And so I do get what you're saying, Pragmatic Cat. Like, you're asking why wouldn't you just rather hook a console up in your room? That's the thing. To me, cloud gaming is something that would only appeal to a certain specific group of people, or maybe people who don't have the means to, buy these consoles. But I think that console gaming has always been kind of like a premium experience. And so I don't know. I getting into like the philosophy of, well, what is the best way to enjoy gaming? Can you enjoy gaming on a small phone screen and it's being streamed? I mean, maybe if the conditions are right, I guess you could. And if that was your only way to play, then why not? But I'm kind of in the boat. You guys know me. If I had to choose between play, through streaming, through the cloud, or just play natively on the PlayStation hardware or console gaming hardware, I'm going to choose the hardware. That's just me. But I do think that cloud gaming, for as not for it as I am, I do think cloud gaming does play a role in the grand scheme of gaming as a whole, and certainly for PlayStation. But I think it's for specific scenarios and situations and specific types of people. Second Coming says it's not made for us. Yeah, I agree. For most of us. What the hell was that? Oh, my cat just scared the crap out of me. I just heard something like fall right near me, and I'm like, what was that? I didn't see anything. My cat was chilling apparently in my closet, and she just like jumped out of nowhere, and I was like, is my ceiling about to cave in? Oh man. All right. Yeah, I was like, is that a ghost? What is that? She wants to come up here. All right, come on. Come on. I know you want to. Okay, yeah, you got your claw stuck on my pants. I swear, man, these cats, every week, they want to be part of it. Which is fine. All right, let me see. I have a couple more super chats here. Young G, you're saying, oh, here she is. Let's go this way. Say hi to everybody, Leia. I know. Well, happy Mother's Day to you as well, Leia. I forgot Leia's a mother. So, sorry guys. I'm getting my cats are distracting me here. All right. Steve or Young G, sorry. You're saying love Sony. They are nothing but quality, but we can't deny that their marketing for every game this year is crap. They don't greenlight marketing enough. I do kind of agree with you a little bit, man. I feel like something has happened when it comes to the way Sony has marketed their games. And you know what revealed this to me recently? Is I put out a community post because I don't tweet anymore. I put out a community post where I said, God of War Ragnarok is going to be one of the best games that releases this generation. And I was asking people, how excited they are for it. And a lot of the upvoted comments, it wasn't people being negative. I mean, there were obviously some people who were being negative. That's a given. But what surprised me is a lot of people, seemingly PlayStation fans, and I mean, maybe I shouldn't have said it's like guaranteed that it's going to be one of the best games of the generation, because it's true, it hasn't released yet. But people were just overall a little bit more down on God of War Ragnarok than I was expecting. You know, I think people were basically saying, well, like if I had said something like, I think God of War is going to be an awesome game, I think everybody would have been like, yeah, absolutely. But I guess it's just strange to me because I just get this feeling with a lot of PlayStation, right? Not a lot of PlayStation fans, but just PlayStation in general and their games. I just get this feeling that people are, the energy levels, the excitement levels, the hype levels are just not where they once were. And that's just the truth. And I don't know why this is. I don't think it's because the games that Sony is releasing are bad, because they're not. But if we look at Horizon Forbidden West, what went wrong? Well, there was a few things that went wrong. Number one, they released it at around the same time that Elden Ring came out, and nobody predicted that Elden Ring was going to be that colossal. Nobody predicted that Elden Ring was going to literally suck up all of the oxygen in the room and leave nothing for anybody. Even Sony couldn't have predicted that. So Horizon Forbidden West had to contend with that, but Horizon Forbidden West did also launch with maybe a few more bugs than maybe people were expecting at first that had to be cleaned up, which is a little bit, I think it's a little bit forgivable because it's like, yeah, it's a big game. It's an open world game. It's going to have some bugs, but I think it really worked at that specific moment in time against Guerrilla Games and Sony. So that's what Horizon had to contend with. Then a couple weeks later, Sony launched GT7 or Gran Turismo 7, and then Sony was contending with themselves. Sony became their own worst enemy in that moment because they messed up with the microtransactions and the always online DRM, which we'll talk more about that later. And that was a big problem for Sony, and they got in their own way with that one. It's not that they weren't marketing the game. It's not that they weren't trying to get people to buy the game. It's that they messed something up with the monetization. And I just think that those are two very big Sony games that seemingly missed the mark when it comes to not the quality of the games, but just the public perception of them. And I think this is where Sony might be messing up a little bit more than they were during the PS4 generation, because during the PS4 generation, Sony didn't really run into these problems. Sony was like very careful to actually avoid these types of problems. But I will say specifically with Horizon Forbidden West, I don't think that's Horizon's fault. Again, that's just kind of bad luck, bad timing. Nobody could have predicted that Elden Ring was going to just, I still find it shocking just how massive Elden Ring is in general in terms of just mind share. So I think maybe we'll have to see what Sony does with God of War Ragnarok. And I would say a game like Forspoken, but I'm thinking more so along the lines of other PlayStation exclusives that Sony has lined up that we don't know about yet. So yeah, we'll see what Sony. I don't know if Sony's going to change their marketing strategy at all, but they may change a few things up for the remainder of the year. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Pragmatic Cat, again, you're saying you were spot on. I find myself watching YouTube and HBO Max because I don't have energy and gaming is not passive. In other news, Trek to Yomi looks spooky. I guess, is that what that means? Shockingly good. I don't know. People have been telling me about Trek to Yomi and I haven't played it yet. I don't know. Apparently it's kind of like in the middle. Like it's okay. But then again, I haven't been looking into it too much. I've been hearing it's good, but I've been hearing it's like not that good. So I don't know. I don't know if it's going to pull me away from what I'm currently playing. But I'll let you know if I do play it. So thank you for that. And yeah, I get like that too. I do get to a point where there are just times where I feel like I don't want to say I guess it is energy at the end of the day, but I feel like I just can't bring myself to focus on playing a game and being into that game as much as I want. So I will just be like, you know what? I'll just put the controller down for now. Just lay down, chill out, watch some TV. I actually, you know what I started doing? As a bit of a side quest here, side mission, side topic. I don't know what to call them anymore. But me and my wife, we just started our Marvel movie marathon because I saw, the new Doctor Strange movie's out, and apparently it's incredible. And I'm really feeling the FOMO here. And I never I've watched a couple of Marvel movies sporadically, but I never really watched all of them, and I never got really into them. So I just decided, you know what? I think I'm gonna just do a marathon and just watch every Marvel movie and catch up. And I had to decide, am I going to watch the TV series or the shows? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to go that far. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll watch some shows. Like I know Moon Knight's out. Is that what it's called? Moon Knight? I don't even know. I'm losing track of everything, guys. I'm going to be honest. There's just too much going on with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But the big question that I had to answer before diving into this was, do I watch the Marvel movies in order of release or in chronological order? Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I already made the decision. I wanted to watch the movies. Me and my wife, we wanted to watch the movies in order of release because that just feels like the right way in order to get the most out of it. Like, I feel like if we watched it in chronological order, things would make a lot more sense. And there is an upside to that for sure. But we kind of wanted to have that, we just wanted to feel that kind of surprise feeling that everybody else felt when they were watching each movie as it released. So, and also because if we do catch up and we continue to want to watch the Marvel movies as they release in the coming years, that's how we're going to have to watch them anyway. So that's what we chose to do. I think we just watched Iron Man. We just finished Iron Man 2, and I think we're about to move on to Thor. I think we're skipping on the Hulk movie, the 2008 Hulk movie with Edward Norton, because Edward Norton doesn't play the Hulk, and I don't think that I don't think that movie really means anything, or it's not really part of the actual MCU as it is today. I could be wrong about that. You guys might have to let me know. But yeah, I don't know why. You just kind of bringing up YouTube and HBO Max just kind of reminded me of that. So thank you for that, Pragmatic Cat. I just to be clear, I did see the Hulk movie in the past, but I just decided that for the sake of this movie marathon, for as overwhelming as it already is. So I have seen it. Don't worry. I see some people saying that it was a great movie. I did see it. It was a while ago, so it's not like as fresh in my mind, but I did see it, I think at least once or twice. So no worries. It's not like I'm missing out that much. I'm also going to have to let my cat out. John O, I'm going to get to you in just a second. Now my cat has to leave. So I did see the Blade movies too. Yeah, I saw somebody asking if I've seen the Blade movies. I did. They were awesome. Absolutely awesome movies. Okay, so John O, you're saying, hey, just wishing everybody on the podcast a good Sunday. To Mrs. MBG, happy Mother's Day. To MBG, keep up the good work. Only good thing at the end of a rough week. Well, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate that. I'm sure my wife appreciates that as well. And I always appreciate the good vibes, and I always feel good knowing that people can look forward to this podcast and, hanging out. And I know that, when people are doing their day-to-day stuff, when they're working or whatever it is they may be doing, they like to turn on a podcast like this and listen to it, and it helps, just kind of make things easier. And I think, it makes me feel really good. So thank you for that, man. Really appreciate it. Tom R, you're saying dumbed down hardware creates dumbed down games. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that is a statement that I think does hold some truth. I don't know that it's a guaranteed truth or like a constant truth, but more often than not, I do feel that, yeah, there is truth there nonetheless. So thank you for that, Tom R. We have Planet Schlorpian message retracted. All right. Pragmatic Cat, you're saying you should rename your cat Tsushima. Yeah, I would rename my cat, but if it's a little bit late. It's a little bit late for that, I feel like you can't do that. You can't do that. The Chemical King, you're saying just a heads up, MBG on iPhone. I can't join your channel. There's no join button. Also, how have you been doing? Well, I don't know what's up with that. Some people have complained they can't see the join button for whatever reason, and I'm really not sure why that is. So I don't know like what the problem there is. You may have to go on a desktop, like a PC or Mac or just something, like try to access it in a different way, and it should let you join. So I really wish I knew more about what was going on there, but I appreciate. I mean, in a way, you donating the $5 super chat is, it kind of equals a membership as well. I know you don't get like the perks and whatnot, but if it makes you feel any better. And how have I been doing? I've been doing good. I've been a little bit on the lazier side lately. Like I've just been kind of, I don't know, not in a rut, maybe a little bit in a rut. I don't know. Like things have been going well. I just would like to start doing more things. I think one of the things that's been not depressing me, but making me feel a little bit more down than normal is normally by this time the weather is a lot better than what it's been, and it's just been raining. It's just been kind of colder than it should be, and I feel like winter's been here for so long, and I need some good weather. And I need some good gaming news announcements. These are the things I need. But no, it's been pretty good overall. Things could always be much, much worse. Trust me. I'm sure we all know that. So I've been good. Pragmatic Cat, again, you're saying, I thought God of War sucked, but after seeing the sequel and I had some time to think about it, while the already great graphics are improved and in 4K, the sequel innovates in gameplay that actually has me excited. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm going to be looking for with God of War Ragnarok. It looks like there are already a lot of things that are staying the same and that we can expect. Like most of the combat I expect to be the same, but I am hoping that there are going to be some, I don't know if innovations, I don't know if that's the right word to use. I feel like that's a little bit strong, but just some new combat. I think variations might be the way to kind of describe it. Variations in enemies, in move sets, in things you can do, and I think that maybe that variation will come in the form of Atreus, because Atreus is going to be older now, much more stronger, much more capable than the last game, and I think that we may end up seeing some really interesting kind of back and forth between Kratos and Atreus this time around. At least that's my hope for it anyway. But yeah, I know people are kind of a little bit down on God of War Ragnarok's visuals. Like they're like, well, it's a cross-gen game and it looks just like the last one. And yeah, I guess like when just looking at the game, you can kind of say, yeah, it looks very similar in almost all ways to the last game. But my whole thing with that argument is the last game looked incredible. Like, yeah, there we go. Hanzo, you're saying it. 2018 still looks... Yeah, and it's not like there aren't going to be any improvements. It's just I think they're going to be a little bit more subtle. I don't... it's even like when looking at Spider-Man 2... to be honest, I am fully expecting Spider-Man 2 to be a more graphically impressive game overall compared to God of War Ragnarok, simply because it's going to be a PlayStation 5 dedicated exclusive. So I think they're going to be able to kind of push the limit further than what they would have with God of War Ragnarok. But nonetheless, God of War 2018 is one of the best looking games I've ever played. Even looking at what they could do, bringing that game to PC and kind of maxing it out, God of War Ragnarok looks great to me. I wasn't expecting to see like a complete change in graphical art style. That would have been very bizarre. I think that would have been detrimental, actually. So I think that the graphical improvements we're going to see with God of War Ragnarok are going to be a little bit more on the subtle side, but they will be there for sure. Tom R., you're saying, went on a date Friday to see Doctor Strange. She told me to watch No Way Home first. Now I'm feeling FOMO because I've not seen anything else. Yeah, dude, that's the thing is I'm kind of getting caught up in the hype with these new Marvel movies, and I refuse to watch them because I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And I don't want to do that thing where I watch the latest movie and then I go back and then kind of catch myself up. I just figured, you know what? I'll just start from the beginning, go all the way through. That's just how I prefer to do things. So I totally know how you're feeling right now, Tamar, and that's why I'm kind of glad I avoided having to feel that way this time around, because I've done that before with other movies and other series, and I regretted it. But I'm sure it was a good movie and a good experience nonetheless. Hopefully your date went well. Pragmatic Hat, you're saying gameplay is king. I agree. I think that's a very true statement. Gameplay before all else. Kendall Fire 22, you're saying gotta watch WandaVision before Doctor Strange 2. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I heard really good things about that, and if you're saying I should watch it before Doctor Strange 2, then I'll definitely consider that. Stu Blazinski, you're saying make sure to watch the stingers at the middle and end of all the film credits. Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice, man. That's something I made sure of, and I don't know if my wife knew about that. Like, I feel like she knew that was a thing with Marvel movies, but I was like telling her we're gonna have to kind of, watch the credits of each movie, because I know that may seem strange, but it's a staple with every one of their movies. They reveal very important stuff and tease very important stuff at the end credits. So, okay, Kapapa, you're saying I still do not know why YouTube was rambling about GT7. I thought that game was and is generous with credits. Maybe it was the clickbaits. So, okay, Kapapa, I do want to talk about that, and that'll probably be our first topic. I know I said I'm going to talk about the games I've been playing, and I will get to that, but maybe we should get to this one first. And then we have Zanarkand Blitzer, a member for 9 months. Play has no limits. Thank you, buddy. You're saying we should tell him the truth. MBG, have you watched the Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness film? You must watch WandaVision series as film continues from its end. Both were amazing. Yeah, see, that's why I feel like I can't even miss the shows that they're making either, because like apparently they are that intertwined and interlinked, where you have movies that are starting where show ended. So very interesting. I've heard really good things about the new Doctor Strange movie, like really, really good things. So definitely looking forward to it when I eventually get to it. But the first topic I'm going to dive into, it may seem a little bit strange because it's not just an Xbox topic, but it's something that occurred with Xbox that I think does kind of, it does kind of line up with a few things with PlayStation that have happened recently. And there is a conversation. I say a conversation as if it's a normal conversation. It's not. There's a lot of back and forth, as always, with this stuff. But essentially what happened is there was a severe Xbox outage where their servers were just offline for... And I'm going to need you guys to help me with this one here, because I was a little bit late to this. I don't know how long exactly the servers were offline for. Was it like 12 hours? Was it 24 hours? Was it more than 24 hours? I feel like it was an extended period of time. Apparently it's working now, which is good. Friday and Saturday. So it was 2 days? Really? 16 hours? Yeah. The thing that, even if it's just like 12 or 24 hours, it's still pretty bad. And the reason why it's bad is because of this. People were losing their minds about... You're saying MBG, I think it was offline for 34 hours before Microsoft fixed it. It was less than 2 days. Okay, that sounds about right to me, because I remember I saw something come up where it was like, oh, Xbox Live is down, and I'm like, oh, it happens occasionally, whatever. And then like today, I was like kind of checking what people were saying, and I noticed that like, I was like, this is like a big thing that people are talking about. I'm like, what's going on? Like how bad is this? And apparently it was worse than people were anticipating. But the thing that people are losing their minds over, rightly so, is they discovered just how bad Microsoft's DRM is. How when Microsoft servers go offline or the Xbox servers go offline, even if you purchased digital games and you have those digital games downloaded to your hard drive or to your console, you're still locked out of them. You are completely locked out of them. And people were, again, rightfully very pissed off about this. But what makes it really interesting, and I don't know how involved I'm going to get in this conversation, because I feel like this conversation kind of it it's something that will never go away, but PlayStation fans were starting to point out, they're like, hold on a second. The entire internet, it seemed, lost their collective minds. Every single Xbox fan, not every single one, but a lot of these Xbox fans that are prominent on the internet, so on and so forth, they had to just crush GT7 when GT7's servers were down for like, what, a day or something like that, because they said that they messed the patch up. And you had all these people kind of coming out of the woodwork being like, yo, Sony's DRM, this is why always online sucks, yada, yada, yada. And I want to make it clear, hopefully people were listening to what I had to say at the time. I agreed. I said that, and I still believe it. Games like GT7, they shouldn't require internet. There shouldn't be DRM. I know that some people are like, look, they're doing this to prevent cheating, and that is good, but there's also a downside to it. So I understand where the frustration comes in. But what PlayStation fans are saying now is they're like, how come a lot of these people, I don't know who they are. Again, this is just what I see people saying, and maybe there's truth to it. I guess I'm just assuming there's truth to it because it makes sense. I've witnessed it myself many times. A lot of these Xbox people are either being super easy on Xbox, they're either being easy on Xbox, or they're just not talking about it, or they're just, they're just kind of playing it off like, oh yeah, that's bad, but just like half-heartedly. But meanwhile, they were going berserk on GT7. And to me, it just reveals the very thing that I wanted to get away from, and I'm still trying to get away from with all of this, which is there's hypocrisy all around us. There's hypocrisy in the Xbox community. There's hypocrisy in the PlayStation community. That's just kind of part of human nature. I've talked about this many times over, where hypocrisy is just a part of human nature. And I feel like part of the journey and the experience of growing as a person is to try to learn from that and to not be hypocritical that often, or recognize when you're being hypocritical. And that's the thing here, is like, I don't want to go on some type of tangent where it's like, oh, Xbox fans, they're too hard on PlayStation, but too forgiving on Microsoft. Look, all I'm going to say is this. DRM doesn't matter whether it's Sony, whether it's Microsoft. It's a problem in some cases. And I think that when you see situations like this arise, it goes to show that this is, if anything, this is why I'm an advocate for physical media, and why I always will be, because I'll tell you right now, look, you're going to get people that are like, who cares? It was like 2 days or less than 2 days. No big deal. What, you can't not play video games for 2 days? That's not the point. You're missing the point entirely. You cannot just give these, you're just essentially handing out a free pass to a multi-trillion-dollar company that is asking you for money. No, that's unacceptable. We pay for Xbox Live. We pay for PlayStation Plus. We literally pay for these services. You can't just sit back and say, well, it is, whatever. You don't have to lose your mind over it, but you got to call a spade a spade. And in this case, this is why I am just not an advocate for digital-only media, or just digital-only content, digital-only future, whatever. I'm just not an advocate for it because of situations like this. And even then, I don't know. I don't know how bad. I'm assuming that if you are an Xbox player and you had the disc-based version of a game, let's say like Elden Ring, which is a game that a lot of people do play offline, and it's a single-player experience. If you had a physical disc for Elden Ring for your Xbox, while this was going on, if I'm not mistaken, you can just pop that disc in your Xbox, assuming you didn't buy the Xbox Series S. You're saying it still doesn't work? There's no way. How is that possible? No, it doesn't work. Really? How is that even? Wow. Really? It's that severe? The DRM is that severe? See, I wouldn't know because that's crazy. Well, yeah, everything's working now, but if that's true, if like when Xbox Live servers are down, if you can't take geez, man, that's, I don't know. That's terrible. See, I want to highlight this as well. I'm going to get to these super chats in just a moment. Something else that I want to bring up here, because again, this is where, you know the saying, the vocal minority. This is where I get frustrated sometimes, because I have no problem with Xbox to that extent where it's like, man, I hate Xbox. Xbox is my sworn enemy. No, like that's stupid. It's a platform. They're doing their thing. They're not perfect, and I have my own, personal issues with some of the things that Xbox does and the way they do things, but I have my issue, I'm just one person. And people, like, I know people personally who, like, that's where they game. That's their preferred platform. Like, what do you think, we get in fist fights or something? I mean, it's funny to imagine, but I assure you, it's not like that. I have no problems. The thing that bothers me is, as somebody who is more of a PlayStation enthusiast, and PlayStation's my preferred platform, and, a lot of times I do kind of advocate for PlayStation because I like what they do. I'm a big supporter of not everything they do, but most of what they do. There are a vocal minority out there that I know people are like, oh, console war nonsense. Yeah, I know that's pretty much what it is. But man, they can really have a negative effect on the bigger picture, whether people know it or not. And that's what bothers me. Because do you remember the whole controversy surrounding the PS5 and the PS4 C-bomb? Do you guys remember this? This was, I think, something that popped up in 2021 where people noticed that the battery, I forget the name of the battery, but it's a battery inside of the PS5 and PS4 console that if it dies, it completely locks you out of the PlayStation network, like in its entirety. And people, yeah, the CMOS battery, people were freaking out about this. And I'm telling you, like, this is where I witnessed firsthand. People were screeching from the rooftops that Sony is a monster, they're evil, and they absolutely need to fix it. And you know what? The vocal minority, and this is what I'm trying to highlight here, the vocal minority, because most Xbox fans aren't doing that. I want to make that clear. Most Xbox fans are they're doing what most PlayStation fans are doing, just enjoying their games, enjoying their platform. They're not out here freaking out, trying to slander another platform or whatever. But the vocal minority they screamed so loud, they got so aggressive with it, that literally nobody was talking about the fact that Xbox has the same exact problem. The exact same issue is affecting the Xbox console, but they were so focused on making sure that everybody was talking about it in a negative light when it comes to the PlayStation brand and the PlayStation console that it took weeks. I watched it. It took weeks before anybody kind of started to turn around and be like, you know what? Xbox actually has this problem too. And now with this Xbox Live outage, it's truly the hat trick here, where now people are beginning to realize it turns out that the DRM issues with Microsoft are much, much worse than with PlayStation. And everybody just turned a blind eye to it for the longest time, And I'm not telling people that, oh, go hate on Xbox or go scream at these vocal minority, because there's no rationalizing with them. That's the important thing to understand here. You can't rationalize with people who don't want to be, rational. It's just not a thing that's going to happen. But what I notice most people are doing, and this is the good thing that I want to highlight, there are some vocal minority hypocrites that are refusing to acknowledge this, that are downplaying it. But I have seen a lot of people also point out that what has just happened with Xbox is a pretty serious problem that they need to correct and that they need to fix. And I hope they do, because the last thing as a PlayStation fan that I want to see is Sony, again, follow Microsoft down this road. Because Microsoft, I know that people make fun of the Xbox One and they're like, oh man, remember when the Xbox One just completely screwed up? Remember when they got crushed by Sony and everybody else because they came out first and they're like DRM for everybody and they pretty much almost ended the brand? What people don't realize, and I think PlayStation fans have to realize this as well, is that the only reason Xbox did that is because everybody else was planning to do it too. It just so happens that Microsoft was the one that said, we're going to go out first. We're going to go out first and do it. And then everybody was like, oh my God, they just got slaughtered. You know what? Maybe we don't do that. And I don't think a lot of people realize that about Sony and these other companies, is that, you know, this is why people need to stop worrying about fighting over which, you know, and I know that it sounds ironic coming from me, but this is where I'm trying to, I'm trying to improve things here. I'm trying to change things. People need to stop worrying about fighting so much about, oh, well, my console is better than yours, or your console is inferior, or your platform, whatever. Look, enjoy whatever you want, prefer what you prefer, but there comes a time where you got to kind of just look past that. And I'm not trying to like preach like unity here, because it sounds a little bit, cringe and cliche. But in reality, for things like this, Xbox and PlayStation fans, like we should collectively push back against this. We don't want this. You know what I mean? We don't want it. It's just like I said, where we talked about Microsoft. They were the first ones that were reported where they're going to be finding a way to incorporate more ads into free-to-play games. And the rant that I went on that week was not, Xbox, you're the worst. See, guys, I told you Xbox is the worst. No, that's not what I said. What I said was, Xbox fans, please make sure you're pushing back against this, because PlayStation fans are going to back you up and also push back against this. Because if you don't, and Xbox goes through with this and it's okay, and it goes really badly, then there's a very good chance that PlayStation's going to do the exact same thing. And wouldn't you know that the very next week we got a report on Sony that apparently Sony is also looking into doing that exact same thing. And I'm like, oh God, like we all need to push back against this, because it's going, it's a lot of times it's not going to end well if these companies can kind of just ping pong off of each other, where it's like, I mean, again, I'm not saying this as a slight to Xbox, but who was the one who started with paid online gaming? Who started that? Microsoft started that. You know what Sony did? Sony said, we're going to do free online when it's convenient for us, because we can have that advantage. We need to sell consoles. The PS3 is selling like crap. This is an advantage. We don't charge for online. And the second Sony got into a better position, what did they do? You know what, actually? We're going to charge for online as well. And it's stuff like this where I understand the business side a lot of times. I really do understand the business side of things when it comes to these types of decisions and the thing and the mindset that goes behind them. But just because I understand it doesn't mean I have to accept it, right? And I also have to understand that I'm not an employee of Sony. I'm not a Sony executive. I'm the furthest thing from it. I'm a PlayStation fan. I'm somebody who enjoys the product and the platform and what they create. And I always have to try to remember that that's where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I am and my position. And so, I guess just to kind of conclude this topic, when it comes to this whole Xbox outage, all I can really say is, Anybody who cares about this stuff, just make your voice known in the best way you can. Let Xbox know that this is kind of unacceptable, that you don't want to be locked out of your video games that you paid for. The games that you paid for when their servers are down, and you can't connect to Xbox Live. It shouldn't be that way. You shouldn't have to essentially just walk away and say, well, I guess I just literally can't play anything. That's not cool, because if that's, somebody who plays on PlayStation, if it was like that, and I don't think it is, but I would be really upset, man. For a lot of people, they only have a certain amount of time to game. For a lot of people, gaming is their only outlet. Gaming is very important to them. And I'm not saying that it's like, oh, somebody's going to have a nervous breakdown because they can't play Fortnite for 36 hours. Maybe there are people who are like that. That's probably not healthy, and they should probably not play video games that much. But I'm just talking like for, healthy people who are just doing the day-to-day grind. They look forward to, these small things at the end of the day that mean something to them. And it's just crazy when it's like you go to turn on a console. It's about the principle. You go to turn on your console as a paying customer. You're paying for the console. You're paying for the games. You're paying for the service. And then, you're saying Fortnite does not use Xbox servers, MVG. So, and this is why the same energy that I'm putting forth towards this Xbox outage is the exact same energy that I put forth towards GT7. Where I wanted to encourage like people who were, I know that there were fans who were like, hey, look, it's not a big deal with GT7. Who cares? Most, whatever, it's online only. But it's like, okay, that's fine. But we got to at least try to send a message to Sony that we don't want this for future games. Like, you don't want this because you're not in control anymore. And that's the important thing to understand. As the consumer, as the customer, when you essentially say, whatever, always online, DRM, you're no longer in control. You are at the mercy of the corporations and their digital platforms. And that's how it is. And I mean, maybe I know that to some people it's a little bit like, well, what are they going to do? They're going to try to they're going to try to lock you out of their platforms. No, they're not going to do that. They want you on their platforms. But I don't know. It becomes a little bit much, It becomes a little bit much. During moments like this and situations like this, you begin to see the very ugly side of the always online DRM beast rear its head, and show you that, hey, this is the set of problems that come along with this. All right, let me get to the super chats here. KD, thank you, buddy. You're saying, what are your thoughts on Godzilla and King Kong in Warzone and crossovers and multiplayer games in general? X Fortnite. What's your dream crossover? Imagine Metal Gear Solid with Ray versus Rex in the middle of a factions match. That's a really good question, KD, and I think it's actually very topical, not just because games like Warzone and Fortnite are doing these crossovers all the time, but because it's absolutely what Sony is likely going to do with some of their bigger service games as well. I mean, you mentioned factions. Like what you mentioned, for as weird and bizarre as it may sound, having like Metal Gear Solid's, Ray and Rex. Imagine them like fighting in the middle of the Last of Us universe. It's a little bit off-putting, but maybe we would have something a little bit more subtle. You know what I mean? Like, I like subtle crossovers or crossovers that make sense. I think crossovers, they have to have thought put into them, because if they don't, they just come off as kind of ridiculous. And I hope that when Sony chooses to do this with some of their live service games, that they do put good thought into it. Like, I think a Metal Gear crossover with something like factions would be amazing, depending on how it's done. I'll give you a great example. Something that I think will happen with a game like Factions or The Last of Us Online, there's going to be different game modes that you can play. They'll probably have a traditional team deathmatch mode. Maybe they'll have a deathmatch mode. They'll have maybe some unique modes that take advantage of, the clickers and whatnot. But if they were to ever do like a Metal Gear Solid crossover, what would be pretty cool? If they added like a sneaking or a stealth-like game mode where maybe, one person gets to be play the role of Snake. It's not actually Snake in The Last of Us, but maybe it's just your character and they have a bandana that's kind of reminiscent of Solid Snake or something like that. And you get like stealth camouflage and you have to kind of hide around the map and sneak and like, I don't know, like complete certain objectives while not being discovered. And like 6 or 7 other players have to kind of hunt you down. That kind of fits perfectly in the Last of Us universe in a sense where it's like, that to me would be like a cool crossover. But, something I don't want to see in crossovers, like for a game like The Last of Us Online, I don't want to suddenly see like a Wolverine skin or a Spider-Man skin in, like, I don't know. Again, it depends on subtlety. Like, if Sony's like, hey, we're going to put a Spider-Man skin in Factions, and it's literally just somebody running around in the world of The Last of Us dressed as Spider-Man, that's going to be stupid. Just straight up, that's going to be very stupid. If they make it really subtle, where it's kind of like your character's wearing equipment and a uniform that makes sense in the Last of Us universe, but it kind of has like a Spider-Man decal on it, or not like a decal, like a Spider-Man hoodie. Yeah, something like that. Something that's just more subtle and makes more sense. But another good example is like, let's say Twisted Metal. Twisted Metal is another service game that Sony's making, and apparently that's going to be free to play. That is a game where I think Sony could go crazy with crossovers if they wanted, because it's Twisted Metal. Go crazy. Do the craziest, most nonsensical stuff you can, because it makes perfect sense in that universe and that game. So I think it really has to be done, specifically on a game-by-game basis. You mentioned Godzilla and King Kong and Warzone. I will admit it's not like the weirdest thing. It's definitely a little bit strange because it's like, well, that's different. But if you think about it in the context of there's this big city, that you're playing this military shooter in, it makes a little bit more sense. So I really just think it depends on how it's handled. And I think if it's handled right, Yeah, I see you're saying a Naughty Dog dev said that they really like the way Fortnite does it. Well, I think what they meant is they like how Fortnite seems to always have something fresh and something new to offer to keep people coming back. We'll see. I don't know, man. We'll see what they do. Holy crap, I'm thirsty. Man, that's good. I'm got one of those liquid IV packs. One of those like little powder packets you put into your water. Man, they're good. Got to stay hydrated, John O, you're saying off subject, but if you could play a side X-Men along with Wolverine in the upcoming game, like how you'll play as Peter and Miles in Spider-Man 2, who would you pick? Mine would be Gambit. Curious to know, chats. I mean, that was actually my first pick as well, because that, like, he would be pretty awesome, just because of how different he would be than Wolverine. But I mean, you naturally think of Sabretooth as well, but the only reason I wouldn't say Sabretooth is because of how similar they would. I mean, I imagine if you could play as Sabretooth, it would be kind of too similar to playing as Wolverine. Cyclops, yeah, that would be interesting. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other characters. I mean, I think, yeah, Gambit would be good because I feel like Gambit could probably complement Wolverine's like type of play style really well. Cable, Cable would be interesting. Storm, Nightcrawler. Ooh, Nightcrawler would be really cool. Deadpool, yeah, right. Deadpool. That's who we got to go with. Deadpool would be the best. Silver Surfer. I mean, there's a lot. I don't think that they're gonna do that though. The reason why I say that is because I'm pretty sure that what's going to happen is Insomniac is going to announce a Marvel multiplayer game where, for all we know, we could play as any of these characters, depending. So, but we'll see. I don't know what to expect from the upcoming Wolverine game, other than I think it's going to be awesome. I fully expect this Wolverine game to blow my mind and be one of the best games I ever played. That's how much faith I have in Insomniac. And Rosh Dom V2, you're saying my physical GT7 didn't work when the servers went off. Really? Man, see, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe my statement about physical media doesn't really mean much in this case, if that's true, because that's just, to me, that's the worst thing ever. Like, you bought a physical copy of a game, you have the disc, you have the console necessary to play it, you put the disc in, and they just tell you, sorry, it's not your fault, it's our fault, but you can't play it. Like, that's just shitty, That's the worst. So it is an issue on both sides, apparently, yeah. Well, I guess the real question is, in the grand scheme of things, what can we really do about it? I'm not sure that there's much we can do. The power lies within these corporations and these platform holders, and they're going to do what they want to do. That's just the reality. Like, do I think Xbox, because of this outage and because of all the outrage that people had online, do I think that they're just suddenly going to change things? I don't. Do I think GT7 suddenly going to be like, you know what? We're not going to be always online. No, I don't. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment on the Soundgarden shirt, Gaber. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. All right, so that was the first topic. The second topic I want to dive into, unfortunately, I'm on a roll here. I mean, I think fortunately I'm on a roll here, but it's unfortunate for the topic of me talking about what I've been playing. That's going to have to wait a little bit. I am going to get to that because I do have a few things I want to say. Kenneth A. Kramer saying PlayStation with DRM and disc base is disc to disc base only. GT7 was an experiment gone wrong. So I guess what you're saying is like GT7 is maybe the only game with PlayStation that's like that, possibly, or at least from Sony. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. Okay, so the next topic I want to talk about, I think this is I don't want to say that this is going to be the most important topic we discuss during the podcast, but I feel like it probably will be. I feel like it's the topic that I'm most interested in because it really is something that I'm going to be looking for comments, and I'm going to be interested to see what you guys have to say here. So this is like a multifaceted topic. The first part of this comes from, let me see. So we talked about the PlayStation shortage. I'm simply asking the question, what will Sony do next? What is Sony's plan for I'm not just thinking about the rest of 2022. What is Sony's plan for the remainder of this generation? Because as I said earlier, and as I alluded to earlier, Sony made the conscious decision, which we all celebrated. I want to make that known. Even though I'm going to be talking about this, like it sounds like it's a bad thing, and it sounds like Sony made a mistake, I want it to be known that they did not make a mistake. This is not a bad thing. This is literally what we all asked Sony to do. And that is when they went into the PlayStation 5 generation, their main competitor, that being Microsoft, said, and they made it known, the video game console, the Xbox console, is not at the center of our business model. Xbox Game Pass is. The console is just a part of that. It's an important part, but it's just a part of that. Sony did the literal opposite. Sony said the PS5 video game console is at the center of our business model. Everything PlayStation is and does revolves around this console. So with this in mind, Sony got off to a great start with the PS5. Sony just kicked the damn door down. I don't know if you guys remember as clearly as I do, but 2020, I mean, yeah, it was a terrible year because of the pandemic in general, but one thing that really made it more tolerable is Sony just went all in with the PS5, man. and the hype was through the roof. I've never seen excitement like that for PlayStation. I mean, at least in my time covering it, I've never seen the type of excitement that we saw with the build up to the PS5. And it was because Sony, this is what I try to explain to people, that when Sony is ready to like step on the gas, there's nothing that stops them. I know that right now, like a lot of people, or at least some people, have kind of like this down mentality towards PlayStation where they're like, Sony lost their way. They're not the same anymore. Jim Ryan and Herman Hulst are ruining it, or they care more about live service games, so on and so forth, or, you know, they're just dropping the ball. But I'll tell you this, Sony hit the brakes at the beginning of 2021, and they were pumping the brakes in 2021, and they're still pumping the brakes right now. Their foot is still pressed on the brakes, not the gas. And I'm telling you, when Sony decides that it's time to step on the gas again, when it's time to like get this thing on the road again, nothing, like, trust me, everybody's going to be on board, and nobody is going to be able to stop that. But the problem is, can Sony do that at this moment in time? Are they able to? Is it even up to them anymore? This is what I've been thinking about, because we're getting a report that Sony is going to be faced with the reality that this shortage that's been affecting the PS5, because, and I have to really drive this point home, the PS5 I'm sorry, MBG, I love your passion, man, but gaming is dead. Don't tell me that, bro. I'll never accept that. I'll live in my bubble if I have to. I'll never accept that gaming's dead. Oh man, I don't know why that just totally like sidetracked me. That was funny. Starscream 3117, you're saying, hey MBG, I love downloading your podcast each week and listening to it driving to and from work and during lunch at times. Awesome content. Keep it up. Well, thank you so much, Starscream. I really appreciate that. Like I say, I always find it interesting to hear about when people are listening to my podcast and when I may be kind of hanging out with them. And it's just so crazy to think that, you know, because I know what that's like. So I'm glad you enjoy it, man. Thank you for the super chat. But Sony is being faced with the reality, and I want to drive this point home. So I got distracted for a second there. Not the super chat, but that about gaming being dead. The PS5 is beginning to fall behind the PS4 in a significant way. And the fact that the shortage is seemingly getting worse and not better, and the shortage is going to continue to affect them, it seems like until 2024, I seriously started to think, what is Sony going to do? Because I'll tell you, this is where Xbox, they're not thinking the same way. Xbox doesn't really have to worry about this, because by Xbox basically saying that our business model revolves around our subscription service, that being Game Pass, which we can put anywhere and everywhere. The consoles, whatever, you know, if we sell them, we sell them. If we have more, if we produce more of them or can secure more of them, cool. If not, whatever, you know, we're just going to still continue to grow Game Pass. Sony doesn't have that. And this is where Sony actually has the opposite of that. Sony has multiple games, some of their biggest games, from not only their studios, PlayStation studios, but partner studios in development for PS5 and PS5 alone. You're saying it's a marathon, not a race. They will work out. The logistics people are also still reselling. See, this is where I will admit, I'm an armchair analyst right here, you know? Literally, I'm just sitting here, somebody who's not involved with Sony. I'm not part of Sony. Guys, give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna go shut my curtains real quick because I feel like it's a little bit too bright right now. So I want to go do that. Hold on. All right. Let's make it easier for me to read the screen. Maybe it'll help the lighting as well. But that's something I do have to highlight, and I have to make it known that Sony may already have this worked out, but I do get the feeling that it might not be that simple for them. Saying Sony is definitely in the works with AMD to get to this 5nm chip. Kenneth A. Kramer, your room is always too damn bright. Yeah, it's probably because I have my curtains in front of me open. Really makes it very bright. Young G, you're saying, I don't think Sony will let Xbox Showcase have the spotlight next month for some reason. What do you think? Well, that's something I want to discuss as well. Actually, I have come to a conclusion. I've come to a conclusion. And that is, I do believe at this point in time, and I feel very confident, and I'm ready to be wrong, and I didn't talk to any sources or anything about this, but this is just, the more I think about it, the more I realize the position that PlayStation is currently in. I am absolutely confident that Sony is going big in June. I'm very confident in that. I'm going to talk more about that in a moment because this conversation does have something to do with that, but I want to build up to it. PlayStation Pete, you're saying, tell Mrs. MBG Happy Mother's Day. Buying new Altman VW 170k miles, enjoying Lego Star Wars. Oh, yeah, actually, I got Lego Star Wars right here. Haven't actually played it yet. I just installed it. I was actually probably going to play it today. See here. But yeah, thank you for that, man. PlayStation Pete. I'll be sure to let Mrs. MBG know that she's getting a lot of Happy Mother's Day wishes from you guys. Thank you for that. John O, you're saying Sony buying slow clap make Baki game nuff said LOL. Baki? I don't know if I'm saying that right. I think Sony should maybe buy slow clap though and just keep making games like Sifu. That would be awesome. Michael Stanbrook, you're saying, hey, MBG will be halfway through almost a typical generation by 2024. What a disaster it will be, given we are already seeing the problems right now. See, that's the thing that I can't help but think about, is hearing that this shortage could last until 2024. You're absolutely right. By that point, we're like at the halfway point of a normal generation. But it is true what somebody said, that Sony may be viewing this as a marathon, not a race. But I feel like that mindset, the marathon mindset, while it may be true, it is also kind of at odds with what Jim Ryan said and what PlayStation's I guess what their intention was and what their expectation was, where I remember Jim Ryan, I'm paraphrasing his quote, but he essentially said that we plan to move PS4 owners to the PS5 at a rate at which we've never seen before. And it's like, they were absolutely going to do that. And they could have done that. And I have no doubt that the PS5 would be crushing it right now. But now they literally can't do that. They can't do that. And I have to just kind of think what Sony's going to do, because I don't see Sony, even though it may be a marathon, I do not see Sony kind of just sitting back and being like, well, we'll just sell as many as we can until 2024. And then when there's no longer a shortage, we'll just step on the gas again, They can't do that. There's just no way they can do that. Saying MBG, Sony is running that chip too high. The yields are not good. Yeah, I mean, but when you consider that may be true. If they were to alter the specs for the sake of having lower yields, I mean, I don't know, man. This is a matter of like, pick your poison. Because if Sony were to do that, oh man, that's going to be really bad press. That's going to, and not only that, that might screw up their game development pipeline. You can't just go changing your specs, in the middle of teams while seemingly every major publisher is making a game for your platform and optimizing for it. You can't just be like, well, we just changed our specs. I mean, you could, but you can't do it suddenly. It has to be, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. I did not expect. Yeah, I did not expect this to be a problem by this point in time. And I do think that this is part of the reason why Sony has kind of been really weird. I feel like this is why you're saying, MBG, this is fake news. The chips are not running so fast. They're normal RDNA 2. Well, to be fair, we haven't really gotten anything official when it comes to the yields and whatnot. And we only had like an unofficial report that said it was like close to 50% of the PS5s produced essentially were like broken, not broken, but just like they can't be used right. I don't know. But I just, Sony is very quiet. They're very secretive, and it's not like that they're not normally like this, but I just think for the past like year, Sony has been particularly odd with the way that they've been doing things, where it almost seems like they're trying to maintain the hype and maintain the excitement, but not to an extreme degree. As weird as that may sound, because I don't know, like, does it make sense to hype up your PS5 games if you can't sell enough PS5s, if you're struggling to sell them? If your PS5 sales are tanking because you can't secure them? I don't know. This is where I'm not even sure. I'm just glad I'm not in charge of PlayStation, because I wouldn't know what to do. And I'm sure right now, or the way these things work, is Jim Ryan is being presented with all these different options from, Sony employees whose job it is to think of solutions to this. And they're basically like, well, we have plan A, B, C, and D. Which one do you want to go with? And the thing is, we know that Sony is investing in the cloud. We know that they are obviously investing more in the service with the PlayStation Plus revamp. We know that they're investing way more into PC. They're caring a lot more about PC and mobile, but these things are not happening overnight. And the reality is, by the time these things kind of get to where they need to be, the generation, like, we're going to be in 2024, and the consoles probably won't be scarce anymore, I think the PlayStation 3 generation might, I don't know. I was going to say that might be an indication, like indicative of what Sony will do, which is just double and triple down on the current PlayStation 5 install base. But the difference between the PS3 era and now is Sony did what they did by doubling down on the PS3 install base with the hope that they would sell more PS3s, and they did. They can't do that. Yeah, you know what I mean? Sony is truly at the mercy of their install bases. And the thing is, I don't think PS4 gamers are buying these exclusives, man. I don't. I know that sounds weird, but I know people are going to be like, well, this is why Sony's releasing games like Horizon and God of War cross-gen. But I don't know, man. I don't think PS4 gamers are buying these games, at least not in the way that Sony thought they would. It seems like most people are waiting until they get the new console to play the game. And I don't know, like, I feel like if PS4 gamers were buying, I mean, you're talking about an install base of like 115 million. If PS4 gamers were buying these games in the way that Sony maybe anticipated, you would think that Sony would be talking about it a little bit more. You're saying this is not just a stock issue, the demand is too high, MBG. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. And I think, and that's what's so crazy to me is, guys, I'm telling you, 2020, I keep focusing on that year because Sony, Jim Ryan was scared. All right. And when I say that, what I mean is Jim Ryan, his job at that time, and I remember listening to the way he talked about it, he was like, we need to get people to buy a PS5. Like, their only goal, sell this damn console. And that's what I'm saying. The pedal was to the metal, man. But they like oversold it. Not in a bad way. They just oversold it in the way where it's like they created so much demand so rapidly. It escalated so rapidly. It's almost like now they can't control it. Where it's like, oh, geez, like we got what we wanted, but now we can't produce the goods. You know, that's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Inspector Guru, you're saying Microsoft's not worried about their console, but made a deal to prioritize getting chips. Seems like they wanted to cut PlayStation for the heck of it. It's hard to say, man. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That was a rumor. Like, we don't have any proof that that's what Xbox did, but it sure does seem like they did. I mean, you kind of have to wonder how it is that they're able to continuously outsell the PS5, and it creates this weird perception that, oh, people like Xbox, they prefer the Xbox console over the PS5. It's like, look, I'm not saying this to be rude to the Xbox console or people who enjoy it, but that's not why. like that's not why. It's because Sony's getting less consoles. That's why. The PS5, I don't know if people know this or not. The trajectory of the PS5 from when it launched in like the first like 6 months, if there was no shortage, oh my God, it would be soaring past records right now. It would be breaking records like crazy. It would be. It absolutely would be. And Sony, and this is the thing, you know how quiet Sony is right now? How they're very quiet, they're very like secretive, and we don't know what's happening next. If there was no shortage, Sony would be out here just as hard as they were in 2020, because they would be building and building and building. And you know what they would be building towards? And this genuinely makes me a little bit depressed. They would be building towards, holy crap, if we keep this up, if the trajectory and the momentum behind the PS5 can stay like this, and we can keep our marketing on point, we can keep our development pipeline on point, our game releases on point, we could maybe reach the PS2 days or beyond that. And that is so damn sad to me, because that's what we wanted. That's what we wanted. That's what PlayStation fans, console enthusiasts, this is what we wanted. We wanted the PS5 to do crazy numbers. This is why we care about console sales, not because of the console war or anything like that, but because the better the console does, the more Sony's going to care about it, the more they're going to support it, and the more they're going to continue to evolve what they do around that experience. And the fact that that's being taken away and that's being pushed aside, it's not our fault. It's not like the consumers aren't willing to buy the console or buy the games or support it. That's the opposite of the problem. It's not that Sony doesn't care about it. It's literally something that's out of everybody's hands. And I guess I just hope that Jim Ryan and everybody involved there, you talk about it being a marathon, I hope they realize that. And surely they do. Surely they do, right? Like, I hope that Sony realizes that you don't have to abandon. I'm not saying Sony's going to abandon the console. That's not what's ever going to happen. But I hope Sony realizes that you don't have to deprioritize. You don't have to deprioritize the console just because it's not doing well right now. And I mean, they may have I see somebody saying, like, do they have a choice? Well, they might have no choice temporarily, but it's fascinating because I did not anticipate the generation going like this. I really didn't. Zay Very Rare, member for 7 months. Greatness awaits. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, what's up, MBG? I hope your afternoon is going well so far. I'm feeling pretty good, and I'm having an awesome day. I hope everyone has an amazing day. Well, thank you for the positive vibes, man. I really appreciate that. My afternoon's going well, and I'm assuming everybody who's hanging out here with me, their day is going well too. And I'm happy to hear you're having a good day, man. Appreciate that. Muhammad Walid L, you're saying, I see Sony producing as much as they can and hold it, then flood the market with X amount of PS5s every Y period. That way, the shortage won't be felt on a period of time everyone can get a console. There may be some truth to that. There definitely may be some truth to that. I don't know if that's what Sony would do, but it would make sense if they kind of wanted to stockpile. So I don't know. Like, the thing is like, how long would they be willing to hold it? I don't know. I get the feeling that they wouldn't do that, but it depends on the time period. Like, if it's just for like a couple weeks, sure, maybe. But if it's like to prep for a new game launch, like they want to make sure that they can kind of have a lot of consoles to sell alongside the game. I don't know. Man. That's the thing with this is saying MBG is scalping still a big issue. I feel like it still is. I don't hear about it as much, but I feel like it's because the problem hasn't really gotten any better. It's just that people don't really talk about it as much anymore because they just realize that this is just kind of the new normal where scalping is just a thing. I think a lot of people have just given up. I hate to say that, but I feel like people who were throughout all of 2021 were fighting to get a console just to lose to scalpers and everything else. I think that they either just gave in and like paid a scalper or they just gave up. And I can't say I blame them because like I saw some people saying that like they were going to wait until the shortage eased up and it was easy to just go walk in a store and buy a PS5. And then they saw the articles coming out that, hold on, you're telling me I might have to wait till 2024. And then they're just like saying, screw it. I'm just going to go buy one then for like $600 or $700 or $800. And I'm like, that sucks, dude. That sucks. Kendallfire22, you're saying this is why PS Plus Premium will be so important for Sony. Can't get new customers, so they will try to extract more cash from existing ones. Yeah, I mean, for as crappy as that may sound to an extent, that actually is probably part of it. And that's something that I think highlights part of Sony's plan going forward. I think that Sony's way of trying to navigate through this until the shortage is over is trying to get more out of their current like subscriber base. Not just subscriber base, but they're going to try to get as much out of current PS5 owners as they can. And I feel like they're going to have to do that because the last thing Sony wants to do, and this is why I'm so interested in their earnings report in the next 2 days, the last thing Sony wants to do is reveal in their earnings to their investors that, yeah, we're not selling nearly as many PS5s as we had hoped, and we're actually falling behind the PS4 in sales, and we're not really making as much money as we were like last quarter. And that's just not good. That's the last thing that Sony wants. And I they're going to try to find ways to, again, navigate around that. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Truly, I don't. I mean, I feel like I have my own feelings on what I want Sony to do and what I hope they do, but when it comes to what exactly they will actually end up doing, I don't know how much they line up. Also, what does this mean for PSVR 2? I hate to say it, but I feel like if this shortage thing, if it really is going to go on until 2025, 2024, I think that's going to kill PSVR 2. I do. I feel like this could potentially be like an early death rattle for this next gen VR headset because it's going to be, unless Sony decides that they're going to allow PSVR 2 to be used with PC, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what Sony's going to do. I feel like their hands are kind of tied. Rashdom V2, you're saying PlayStation is a turbo V6 and Xbox is a V8, same power, different ways. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Rashdom. I could see it. Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect Image, you're saying, do you think since Square sold their other studios, do you think Sony has a better opportunity for other IPs from the $9 billion left since they bought Epic? Would a Vita 2 make sense for PS Plus Plus Plus? Well, when it comes to Square, what you're saying here, I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think Sony cares about buying IP. I don't. I do think that kind of what we talked about with WB Studios, Sony cares much more about, I think, securing talent, securing development talent, because right now, development talent is hard to come by and it's expensive. And everybody's fighting for that. IP can be created and maintained, and Sony has a large catalog of IP that they're not even utilizing. So I don't think Sony has any interest in buying IP. I think that Sony has every interest in talent, because the talent is what creates the content, and the content is what's going to grow the platform and the business. By the way, guys, before we continue on with this conversation, please do me a big favor. We have over 750 people here hanging out with me, which is awesome. Thank you guys for that. Please hit the like button. If everybody took a second to hit the like button, we could easily crush 500 likes. So hit that like button for me. And when it comes to a Vita 2, I think Sony might be getting ready to make some type of play in the next couple years in the mobile handheld space, in the mobile console space again. I think they do. I think they do want to pursue that. And I think that seeing things like the Steam Deck and seeing the success of the Nintendo Switch may be pushing them towards that. Could be wrong about that, but I could see Sony. When I say mobile gaming, I'm talking about like console gaming. But I do think that if Sony does make some type of handheld device, I think it's going to be cloud powered or cloud driven. I don't think it will be something with like really powerful internals that's going to be really expensive. I think it'll be a cheap, affordable cloud kind of handheld console, PlayStation console that you can tether to your PS5, or you can play games through the cloud for PS5 games and stuff. I think that is a long-term play from Sony. Magnum Visuals, you're saying the Steam Deck using an RDNA 2 chip could also be the reason for the shortage. Perhaps that's why Sony used old tech in the PS4, a Nintendo formula. Yeah, you do kind of have to wonder, like, if maybe the biggest mistake that Sony made with the PS5 was kind of making it as cutting edge. I mean, it's good and it's bad. It's good in the sense that it can extend the generation comfortably, which is good because, with the PS4, people were losing their minds towards the end because the hardware was so old and outdated, and the generation went on for so long. In this case, the PS5 it's more future proof. And so because of that, if the generation does go longer than maybe what people are expecting, it will be okay, because it's not going to be like totally outdated and ridiculously like underpowered. I mean, by the time we get to the end of the generation, it probably will be underpowered at that point, but not to the degree we see with the PS4. And so that's what I'm thinking anyway. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what Sony's next move is with the hardware. I really don't. Techie6, you're saying, I hope Sony doesn't go back and make more cross-gen games. I'd rather have them drop PS5 games on PC day one instead of playing more PS4.5 games. Actually, I'm totally in agreement with you, Techie6. I really am. I would prefer Sony actually embrace PC in that way than continue to do cross-gen games, because I don't think... Here's my thought process, because that's a very good question, Techie6. The big question is Sony going to take games maybe like Spider-Man 2, Knights of the Old Republic remake, any other games that they have in development for the PS5 right now? I would say Wolverine, but that's really far out. Like, I don't think that'll be PS4. But a game like Spider-Man 2, like, would Sony be like, you know what? Insomniac, make a PS4 version. We're going to need that. We got to rely now on our PS4 install base. I'm under the impression, and I could be wrong about this, but I don't think that could happen, because most, if not all, of Sony's internal development teams, and likely many of their partners, but certainly their internal teams, have moved engines now. Like, they've changed engines. These engines are now catered to the PS5 and to be able to get away. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that was like a big reason why a lot of these games are cross-gen. Games like Horizon, game in development for what, like almost 5 years, or pretty much was 5 years. That started on a PS4 engine. You know, that started on a PS4. Same thing with God of War Ragnarok. I mean, am I foolish to believe that Spider-Man 2 is possibly being made on a different version of the engine that is fully optimized for the PS5 and is not capable of running on the PS4 without completely changing what that engine can do? I feel like this was something that Digital Foundry talked about, where they were talking about game engines and how a lot of game engines last generation were built to be like 30 FPS engines, you know, games that run at 30 FPS because that's what, you know, that was the standard of the consoles at the time. So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You're saying Spider-Man 2 must be a PS5 exclusive if they want sales. Yeah, I mean, that's, again, this is where Sony might take the slow burn. I think Sony would be more willing to just say, look, by the time Spider-Man 2 comes out, I don't know exactly what the PS5 install base will be. Like, maybe it'll be at 25 million, probably much more than that. Like, even with the shortage, I could see the PS5 install base being like 30, 35 million, something like that. Maybe. Could be off the mark there. But let's just say ballpark, by the time Spider-Man 3 comes out in 2023, maybe anywhere between, let's just say on the low end, 30 million, on the high end, 40 million, taking the shortage into account, and assuming things don't improve by the time Spider-Man 2 comes out. I think Sony would absolutely just say, we're just going to release Spider-Man 2 on PS5 because we have an install base of tens of millions of people. Sure, it may not be 80 million, it may not be 100 million, but it's a lot of PS5 players, and a lot of them are going to buy Spider-Man 2. Even if just 10 to 12 million of them buy Spider-Man 2, that's huge numbers. That's huge numbers. And Sony also knows that Spider-Man 2 will have a long tail. A long tail. Like, Spider-Man 2 will sell all throughout the generation and even beyond that. So I do feel confident that Sony's just going to double down on their install base. Like, I don't think Sony is abandoning ship. I don't think Sony is abandoning their business model. And I don't think Sony is certainly not abandoning the PS5. I know all of that may sound extreme, but it's just, you know, I think that Sony is just going to have to maybe, you know, when you start to think about game reveals and what Sony's next move is, are they going to do a showcase? I think this is where Sony might have to be a little bit more, I don't know. But here's something I do want to say. As a PS5 buyer, I'm speaking now from the point of a consumer, an enthusiast consumer. As a PS5 buyer, I absolutely fully expect, I do not care how severe the shortage is. I do not care how hard it is for Sony to acquire stock and sell it. I do not care. What I do care about is I, as a PS5 buyer and owner, expect Sony to fully support this console for the entire generation with exclusives. End of discussion. I have no doubt they're going to do that. And I just hope that they are aware, and I'm sure they are, that this is the expectation of, sure, you may not be selling as many consoles as you want. And the PS5, unfortunately, may be falling behind the PS4 in terms of sales. But surely Sony understands that what's the PS5? What is the sales at now? Like 18 or 20 million or something like that? I think it's like close to 20 million. That's still 20 million people who bought PS5s. Well, you would assume almost 20 million. Surely not every single one of them are actual PS5 players, unfortunately. But, you know, they're people who bought the console and plan to use it and plan to play exclusive games on it. And Sony's going to have to support that. So I hope that they don't do cross-gen games either, because that would just be annoying. And like if we go into 2023 and we're still seeing cross-gen games, I'm going to lose my mind. Like, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to be like, why did we even start the PS5 generation at this point? Always busy. You're saying this is AMD's issue. Sony can only move at AMD's pace. AMD has said that they expect improvement in fall of 2022, along with 5 nanometer and mobile moving to 3 nanometer, 4 nanometer, and 5 nanometer. And I hope that's true, man. Like, I mean, well, what you're saying about them having to move at AMD's pace is true. Absolutely. So I guess we should kind of maybe focus in a little bit more on AMD specifically. And if that's what they're saying, improvement in fall 2022, that would be great. That would be great, because what that would mean is that maybe 2023 will be the year of the PS5 in a big way, where it's like suddenly PS5s are everywhere and they're just selling off like crazy, and the it's suddenly like picking up pace and it's beginning to break records again, or catch up or whatever. That would be great, because I want to see the PS5 do well. I just don't want the PS5 generation to be the generation where, like, down the line we look back and be like, man, that was such a crappy generation because of just bad, things that were going on for, that were out of Sony's control, because that would suck. That would suck. I fully expect this. I feel like, I just want to know if I'm the only one here. Chat, let me know. I just feel like, again, Sony has really been holding back. Am I the only one who feels that way? Like, I feel like Sony is literally at, you want to talk about like making jokes like you haven't even seen my final form yet, or, they're operating at like 60 to 70% max power. Like, I legit feel like Sony is holding back ridiculously right now. Like, I feel like the amount of games and the amount of stuff that they are sitting on right now, I think it would blow our minds. I do. Like, I think we would be mind blown. And I just get this feeling that, like, I know everybody has this idea that Sony is like, they're falling behind and they're struggling to keep up, and their development, whatever, like, they don't have enough games. I don't feel that way at all. And because I've been here before with Sony. I remember this is how Sony operates, man. Like, they just let things get so quiet where you could hear a pin drop. And the only thing you do end up hearing are people being like, Sony's done, bro. Pack it up. It's over. And then that's when Sony just kind of literally, like, bust through the door, guns a-blazing, man. Just shocking everybody. Yeah. It's like a flashbang grenade. And you don't even know what's going on. 25 exclusives confirmed last year. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that Xbox, same thing? Well, the thing about Xbox is I feel like Xbox has been a lot more transparent. Like, there's no doubt that Xbox has a ton of games in development, but they also didn't hide that. They just were like, here's like 5 new game announcements. You know what? Throw in another 3 on there. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's the difference between Sony. Is Sony comes out here and they say, we have 25 games in development. And they say that, but they don't reveal these games. They don't announce them. They don't show them. So we're just left to speculate and wonder, what are these games? I feel like Microsoft, they're like, we have these games in development, and here they are. And so, yeah, a lot of them are early, and, they're like CGI trailers, a lot of them. But, I think Xbox fans, they needed that. You know what I mean? Because if you think about during the Xbox One generation, the conversation was Xbox has no games. Xbox has no games. And this is why I don't think Phil Spencer cared. He's like, I don't care how early these games are in development. Let's show them we got games. And I guess it worked, Like, you can't say that now. You can't say that Xbox has no games, because if you were to say that to an Xbox fan, they're going to be like, well, I got this whole list of games here that were announced. So, also, before I get to these super chats, I do also just want to say, part of this conversation, I think this might be another reason why Sony is investing so heavily in live service games. Because I want you to think of it like this. Well, actually, I don't want you to think of it like this. I want you to let me know what you think of this. I think a big question with these live service games with PlayStation, it's simple. Is Sony planning to make their free-to-play AAA live service games exclusive to the PlayStation console? This is the question that we need to answer, because if the answer to that is yes, then that means these live service games will not help Sony navigate the PS5 shortage? If the answer to that is no, and they're also releasing on PC, I mean, maybe PS4. I feel like PS4 is doubtful, but if they're going to release on PC, I feel like that could help Sony tremendously, where suddenly it's like, well, now we can rely on these live service games, or at least a few of them, and the revenue that they're making on PS5 and PC. So we'll find out about that soon. Clammy True Colors, you're saying Sony did say expect PlayStation 6 to have a similar shortage. When did they say that? Are you sure? I feel like that's a made up quote, Clammy. I hope they didn't say that. That's concerning as hell. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Magnum Visuals, you're saying Digital Foundry said that Unreal Engine 5 can't do 60 FPS. Did they? What? I feel like that's ridiculous if that's true. You're telling me Unreal Engine 5 was created with the 30 FPS standard? That can't be true. Do you mean like Unreal Engine 5 to like kind of get the graphics that... Because I didn't watch the Digital Foundry video that you're referring to, but I think what you might mean to be... What they probably meant is that in order to get the type of graphical fidelity that we see with some of these games, like, you know, the Matrix Awakens demo... Like, they probably mean that in order to maintain that type of fidelity, it has to run at 30 frames. I have no doubt that if we were to, you know, Unreal Engine 5 games that run at 60 FPS, I'm sure that they're not, you know, they're not going to be as visually impressive. We still seem to be at that point where there has to be potentially some significant sacrifices for consistent 60 frames. And then something for the normies. Thank you for the generous $20 donation, my friend. You're saying, hey, MBG, does anyone know how many total current gen consoles Sony and Microsoft have sold to date? I think that would tell a clear picture versus month-to-month sales. Have a great day and happy Mother's Day to all the moms. Well, thank you for that. I feel like the only thing we actually have that gives us that type of data is from VG charts. But I don't really use VG charts because everybody has told me that they are not accurate, that they're just guesstimates. And I mean, I could look into that, but I don't want to because it might be, like, I just don't want to talk about data that is, you know, just kind of rough estimate data. I feel like I would... Because we don't know if what we're looking at, if what we're getting is true or not. But on a month-to-month basis, I mean, it seems like anytime the PS5 is not in severe short supply, it always comes out like on top. I mean, there were multiple months where the PS5 beat out the Switch. There were multiple months where I remember like the series was not coming in first place. I mean, when we saw, guys, even throughout 2021, the PS5 was like really outselling the Series X. Like, it really was. It was like rapidly outselling the Series X. It was like a 2-to-1 ratio. And then now it's like the Series X is catching up. And I'm telling you, like, the only thing Sony has done in between that time is release more video games that are exclusive to... Well, I mean, some of them are exclusive to the PS5. Others are cross-gen. So I think if you want to look at the bigger picture, the clearer picture, I mean, look, this is all anecdotal, of course, but to me, the clearer picture is the PS5 is still the preferred console. Xbox is making a comeback, and it was always going to make a comeback. And I always said that I think the Xbox Series consoles are going to sell way better than the Xbox One. Like, if the PS5 ended this generation at 110 million units, I could see the Xbox Series consoles ending at like 80 or 90 million, and I could see it being very close. Maybe, or, you know, something along those lines, maybe a little bit less, depending, but I do see that happening, you know? And so it's not like I'm saying that people don't care or don't want the Xbox. I'm just saying it's just... The PS5 is still the preferred console, man. It is, you know? I think it's going to be throughout the entire generation. If it gets to a point where people just don't want the PS5, then Sony's doing something really, 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 really wrong. You know? The PS5, I don't believe it's still outselling the series 2-1. I think it's catching up. I think it's more of like it's getting closer, to being even. But I don't know. I remember that there was like a point in time where there was data coming out that seemed to indicate that the PS5, the PS5, like it was looking once again like, okay, yeah, the PS5 is going to outsell the Xbox. Xbox is going to do well, but the PS5 is just going to do even better. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. All right. But thank you again for that super chat. So let me see what other topics we have to discuss here. Oh, you know what? Yeah. So something else I did want to kind of lean into with this conversation. You're saying PlayStation is at 19.1 million, Xbox is at 15 million. Yeah, that actually sounds about right. That sounds about right. I don't know if that's like completely accurate, but yeah, sounds reasonable. Once again, guys, hit that like button for me. All right, so the big question that at this point in time, I think people are wondering. So we talked last week briefly about a June showcase for Xbox that was announced. And, Xbox is just making it clear that we're having our annual, E3 like showcase. Here's the date. And we're hearing it's going to be maybe about 90 minutes. It may also, apparently, some people are saying it's going to be longer than that. And, Xbox fans are getting really excited. A lot of gamers getting excited. They're like, all right, here we go, man. Xbox Showcase. And I feel a little bit jealous, just a little bit, because it's like, I kind of wish Sony would do the same thing, I kind of wish Sony would do the same thing. I wish Sony would come out and be like, hey, guys, we're going to have a big showcase. And so that's not how Sony operates. The big question with Sony is Sony even going to do anything at all in June? Okay, Kapapa, you're saying if the rumor about AMD selling more to Xbox is true, Sony may switch to Intel. Can they even do that, though? Would they be able to do that if Sony were to switch to Intel? Would they be able to? I don't know. Wouldn't that? I feel like that would change a couple of things with the PS5, right? I feel like that would really, because they're two different manufacturers. I feel like that would saying that's not allowed. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that wouldn't happen. I think Sony's just gonna have to ride it out. I do. Yeah, that would completely uproot everything. So he says Intel's much more expensive than AMD. Well, we'll see. I'm sure Sony, like, if there's one thing that I do feel. So, all right, before I get into the talk about a June showcase for Sony, because we got information that apparently we should not expect a God of War State of Play in May. And I'm going to tell you why I think this actually is true and why I think it means we're going to see something big in June from Sony. I'm going to get to that in a moment. Before I do, though, I just completely forgot what I was going to say. I've reached that point in the podcast where suddenly things enter my brain and then they go just as quickly as they came. I feel like there was one other point I had to make here. What was it? I forget. I'm forgetting. I forgot already. I don't think it was anything that important. I think it was just like just something small. Jerome Montgomery, you're saying, watch some of your old videos and notice you really liked Hellblade 1. So I'm wondering, is Hellblade 2 a day one buy and review? Hellblade 2 is definitely a game I'm going to play. I just have to figure out how I want to play it. It's not a game that's really been on my radar that much, only because I know it's probably going to be a while till it's out. But I really did enjoy Hellblade 1. I thought that was a great game, and I've I thought it was very cool, very unique with the way they handled like mental illness and whatnot. Very, very cool. So it's a sequel is definitely, it's one of my most anticipated games. One of the only games as of right now that Xbox is producing that I'm like, yeah, I got to play this. I'll probably play it on my PC. I think I'll give that a shot. Should be pretty fun. Whether or not I'm going to review it, I mean, if I do review it, it'll probably be like a podcast review. That seems to be something I do now where like when I'm really playing a game where I have a lot of thoughts, I want to talk about it, I kind of keep it to my podcast. But maybe I'll make some separate videos on it. We'll see. But yeah, yes, I'm not, it's crazy how many videos I've made. Hellblade 1 videos, that must have been definitely some older videos for sure. Okay, so you're asking like, can I review it? I don't know if maybe I'm reading the wrong chat here. All right. So let's move on. Whatever it was I was going to say, I guess I had like one last thing I wanted to say about, oh, okay. Just remembered it. I think I forgot what I was going to say because I kind of already said it earlier, but I just want to end this specific topic on this note. So I'm going to be a little bit disappointed if we don't get something significant on May 10th. Because again, May 10th, Sony's doing their yearly earnings report, and I think it's like Sony's Hiroki Totoki, I think his name is, which is hell of a name. They're going to be talking to their investors, and there's a decent chance, guys, that we're going to get something substantial. But I just to be clear, I'm not talking about Sony's going to announce an acquisition or a new game. No. I'm talking about the PlayStation strategy, the PlayStation plan going forward. Because I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm completely in the dark. I do. You're saying it's for stockholders. Yeah, exactly. It's for stockholders. So you better believe that Sony's going stock. Look, if as a PlayStation fan, as a PlayStation fan, if I'm feeling like I'm in the dark and I'm not really sure what's going on, you better believe that the stockholders and the investors are like, Sony, how's it going? What are you doing now? What's next? What's on the docket? I feel like I feel like that's something that's going to happen, and I'm just hoping that I don't feel as in the dark because I really don't know, man. I mean, Sony's operating so they're just like, hey, yo, this is what we're doing. PS Plus, peace. Like this is it. This is what we're doing. PS Plus. We'll see you in June and talk more about it. It's like, okay, and Cory Barlog coming out here, yo, God of War Ragnarok ain't ready to be shown. Peace. He's like, oh, okay. Well, Jim Ryan coming out here, 10 live service games. Peace. Like, okay, what's going on? Like, I need to know what's going on here. But yeah, I just feel like that's kind of how it's been with Sony lately, and in between that, what fills in the gaps are the rumors and the hearsay and the speculation. And I don't mind doing that, but MBG, we will also see if Sony have acquired something, as we should see their investment fund be lower this time. I did see some people speculating that if Sony is in the process of acquiring anything, there could be some telltale signs with their latest, earnings. Okay, so yeah, I will keep you guys updated with what Sony reveals during their earnings report, and I don't think I'm going to do like a live stream for it, unless there's like something really substantial that's like revealed, which probably won't be. Then maybe I'll do like a live stream, but it'll probably be a video that I do, kind of covering it and letting you guys know like what it is that we may have learned that's important. But talking. Sony's investment call. Microsoft is stopping us from making consoles. Yeah, that's the thing. A big part of it will be about the chip shortage. So, which is good and bad, because we'll get insight into how Sony plans to handle it. So I want to talk about Sony doing something big in June and how we recently heard. So check this out. There's been a lot of speculation recently and a lot of hope from PlayStation fans and God of War fans that Sony is going to be doing a dedicated state of play for God of War in May. And the reason why people think this, again, is because that's what Sony did for Horizon Forbidden West. They gave Horizon Forbidden West its own 20-minute state of play, or I think it was like 15-minute state of play in May of 2021. And the game was targeting a late or second half 2021 release. So we all know what happened there. But now we're hearing, apparently, from and I know, insider, yada, 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 but apparently there's a verified Reset Era user who knows some stuff, and they simply responded to a thread where people were talking about this. It's too soon. That we're not getting a God of War update or state of play this month. It's too soon. Now, this has actually led me to believe, I think that makes sense, because if anything, it lends more credence to the notion that I think Sony is going to do a big event in June. I say this because why wouldn't they? I know that some people think that, oh, well, Sony just is going to let Microsoft have their spotlight and they're going to let Jeff Keighley do his thing. Yeah, but June's a long month, people. June is a long month. And I want people to understand that. And I also want people to understand that when it comes to Sony, they don't give a shit about when anybody's doing anything. At least I don't think they do. I think Sony knows that when we do our show, somebody could be doing a show the next day or the day before. They don't care. I think Sony is like, look, we're doing our show, we have our stuff, and people are going to show up and they're going to watch. And that's that. Like, I do not think that's if, Sony is like, oh, well, Microsoft is doing their showcase in June, so I guess, well, we just can't do anything in June. Like, no. I don't. Fabrice, you're saying they care. Well, I mean, yeah, but the question is, do they care that much? I think the safest thing we can say is that Sony prefers that Microsoft go first. I highly doubt that Sony, Microsoft showcase, when is their showcase? It's on June 12th? Is that the day? But it's, early June. I think Sony will just do it after, Yeah, June 12th. I don't think Sony would do their event before June 12th. They could, but they, if they care that much, which I don't think they do, but they could just very easily say, we'll just go after the 12th. I think Summer Game Fest is starting before that on June 9th or something. And so I think Sony's like, you know what? We're not going to do a God of War state of play because we're going to show it as part of our showcase. That's what I think. I think it makes zero sense. And I have to just say it now, guys. I know I sound like I'm a desperate PlayStation fan who just wants Sony to do more and give more, but I see people saying Sony's going to wait till September. That can't happen. It cannot happen. I'm sorry. It just can't. Sony cannot wait till September. That would be a colossal mistake for them. They cannot go the summer without talking about games that they have in development. They cannot leave things as they are, and they can't do it. It's not going to happen. I think people forget that the reason why Sony was probably okay waiting till September last year is because they had games releasing between that. They had Ratchet and Clank, their biggest PS5 game, launching in June. So it was easier for them to just be like, okay, we're just going to kind of, go past this and release our games and whatnot. But Not this time, man. I'm telling you. You got God of War. You got God of War. You got Final Fantasy 16, which is apparently almost done. They have a trailer ready to show for Final Fantasy 16, and they're not showing it. Gee, I wonder why. They got The Last of Us Remake. They got The Last of Us Online. They probably have updates for they probably have like an expansion for Horizon. They have to show Deviation Games. They got to show Haven. They were just bragging about how Haven Studio, one of the reasons why they acquired them is because they're making insane progress over there. Clearly, they got something good to show. Sony bought them, for God's sakes. They're like, whatever they're working on so good, we bought them. We got PlayStation VR 2, people. PlayStation VR 2. We have not seen a single game announced for PlayStation VR 2 from Sony. Well, except for Horizon Call of the Mountain. But they teased that in January. We got rumors of Sly Cooper, Infamous. You think Sony isn't eager to show some of these games as a service? Guerrilla Games' second project. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on, man. And their partners. What about their partners? Remember Resident Evil 4 Remake supposed to be announced? There was rumors that Sony locked that up as a timed exclusive. I'm not expecting it to be a timed exclusive, but I do expect that that's a game that Capcom would probably want to be revealed alongside PlayStation. What is Ben Studio working on? I'm telling you, man, Sony would be out of their goddamn minds to think that they're going to go this summer without showing anything. I would be pissed. Straight up. And you know why I'd be pissed? Because they have to show games. They have to. Like, we need to see God of War. We need to see, well, I mean, we don't necessarily need to see more Forspoken, but we can't just rely on Forspoken. Sony did a great job at the first quarter of this year, but I'm telling you, it makes zero sense for Sony to skip the summer. And if they actually are like, yeah, we're going to just skip the summer, you're saying they need to have something ready to show, man. That is true, but again, when's the last time Sony announced a new game? I'm serious. I want somebody in the chat to answer that question for me. When is the last time Sony announced a new PS5 video game? Because I can't even remember. I mean, I actually think the last time was September of last year. And it was, I'm telling you, Sony did the bare minimum in 2021. And I think it was mainly because they're trying to just, I don't know. I think Sony would be out of their mind if they skip summer, and I don't expect them to. Let me see here. We got Magnum Visuals. You're saying Sony is a bigger brand. They are masters of show and tell, marketing and advertising and entertainment. They'll just show one game and it'll be over. I mean, I think you're saying that in a positive way where it's, well, okay, hold on. So we did hear that rumor, and I don't know how much truth there is to it, but we did hear that rumor that Sony may be considering revealing some of their games outside of events. Now, this could change up the dynamic here. Maybe Sony's plan is, instead of having a big event in June, maybe they'll reveal a new game in June. A big game, like you said, Magnum Visuals, just a big new game in June. And in July, maybe nothing will happen. Maybe in August, or maybe in July, they'll do God of War State of Play. There we go. And then in August, maybe they'll just let nothing happen. And then in September, that's when they'll do the showcase. I think Sony could do that. But see, the thing is, what that requires is, what I'm trying to say is Sony can't do nothing. That's all I'm trying to say here. Because I like covering PlayStation. It's what I do on my channel. And I don't expect something big to happen every week. That's ridiculous. Nothing big happens every week for any platform holder. But it just kind of seems like, all right, we're in May. We're building up to June. And I'm going to be pissed, frankly, if Sony's just like, go ahead, Microsoft. Go ahead, Jeff Keighley. Go ahead, everybody else. Do your shows. We're just gonna kind of fade into the background. I don't want, like, I hate that because, yeah, sure, I'll cover Xbox during that time. I'll stream the Xbox show. I'll talk about the games that they revealed, and I'll cover Jeff Keighley's show, and hopefully Kojima's gonna be there. So that's exciting. At the very least, we'll get Kojima. Who knows what else is going to be there on Jeff Keighley's stage. So there's definitely things to talk about, but I just kind of can't stand that kind of, I don't know, just that like, well, we'll talk later. You know? It's just like, well, come on, man. Come on. Like, I even told people last September, I was like, look, I know people talk about how awesome the September 2021 showcase was from Sony, but it was only awesome for one reason, and that was because they saved it big time at the end. Do you guys remember how that was a 40-minute show, and the first 30 minutes, I lost my mind because they showed another Deathloop trailer? I lost my mind. I had a bowl of popcorn, I almost threw it in the air because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then they saved it at the end with some surprise reveals with Wolverine, Spider-Man, and God of War. And I'm like, all right, Sony, all right, you know how to save it. You know I can't be mad. But I can't say that was a great showcase because it was like, really, it was just 10 minutes of amazing condensed reveals. And it felt like Sony did that because it's like, well, we got to do something. And I just don't want that again from Sony. What I want from Sony this year is bring the fucking heat, man. Because I know, like, put the pedal to the metal because I know you can. And I know what you're sitting on. I have a good idea of what you're sitting on. I'm waiting for Sony to be like, we secured Deathloop 2 as a timed PS5 exclusive. Oh, that would be great. I would just embrace it at that point. All right. Rari 2X, you're saying they're waiting until June. Sony knows what they are doing. I predict they'll have a showcase after the Summer Game Fest. Let's not rush Sony. I know. Look, I know I sound really kind of bitchy, and I don't mean to sound like that. I know I sound like somebody who's like, oh, you know, I'm entitled. Come on, Sony, do something because I said so. And I don't mean to sound like that. But that's just it. It's the amount of confidence that I do have in Sony is what leads me to these conversations, because I feel like I spend so much time talking about all of PlayStation Studios, their partnerships, and most importantly, the thing that this all comes down to, the games that they have in development. And I just get this incredible sense of anticipation where it's like, oh man, like when you consider the amount of things that Sony must be working on, when you consider the amount of things that they're kind of holding back on right now, and you kind of marinate on that for months and months and months, and then it just kind of gets to a point where it's like, all right, man, like I'm ready. Like I'm show me the steak, you know, bring me the steak and potatoes. I'm ready. And that's just kind of how it feels like it's been for pretty much since September of last year. That feels like how it's been. And yeah, I'm super interested to know what their teams are working on. You know, it's like we talk about the Last of Us remake. A lot of people aren't excited for that, but that's a real thing apparently. And for me, it's just like, I don't know if I'm going to be super excited for the Last of Us remake, but what I do know is I certainly want to see it, right? Like if this is real and this is a game that you're planning on releasing maybe by the end of this year or next year, well, hell, show it. I want to see what it looks like, you know? But Rari 2X, I do agree with you. I do think they are waiting until June. I do. Jerome Montgomery saying early June sounds like something Sony would do. I guess that is like, I have no doubt that Sony will do something in June. I guess the question is, would they do it before Microsoft? I'm inclined to believe that they wouldn't. I feel like Microsoft just always goes first. You're saying I understand MBG as a content creator, you need something from PlayStation to keep up the engagement. Well, that is true, and from a content creator standpoint, like not just a gamer standpoint, what has made it particularly difficult for PlayStation, I'd say the past like 6 to 8 weeks, is that, and I've highlighted this multiple times, we don't know anything. And that makes it really difficult, where it's like, the only info, like, we got our update from Corey Barlog about God of War. That's all we know. We got Forspoken, and they haven't even been marketing Forspoken. That's all we know. Final Fantasy 16. We got info that it's making really good progress and it's almost done, and that's great, but that's all we know. And outside of that, like, that's the mind-blowing thing here to me. Like, that's the thing that I still can't... It is believable, but it's what makes it so exciting. And I try not to overhype people, because I don't know what Sony's planning. Even though I have confidence in Sony, I don't know what they're planning. Yeah, there's Spider-Man 2 and there's Wolverine, and these are things that we do know about, but they're so kind of like ambiguous. You know what I mean? Like, there's and people, I'm not saying that people have forgotten about them, but people certainly aren't talking about them. And I think that's the important thing to understand, is even though, oh yeah, we do know that Spider-Man 2 is coming. We do know that KOTOR remake's coming. We do know that, Wolverine's coming. Nobody's talking about them. And that's because, well, Sony hasn't updated us. We haven't heard anything. And Sony Studios even have gone quiet. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't mean to sound so overly eager, I guess is the best way to put it. I don't mean to sound like, damn it, Sony, do something. Like, I don't want to be that meme of the thing holding a stick and like poking and be like, come on, do something. I don't mean to be like that, but it just feels like there are these down times where it's like mostly bad news. You know what I mean? And I know that there's going to have to be bad news, but it's like, people are freaking out about PlayStation Plus Premium and the report about Trials. And then this week it's, oh, well, can we please get a MBG I don't know, man t-shirt? Yeah, maybe I should make that happen, because I do say that a lot. I don't know, man. That's how I end like everything I say. I don't know. I do want to try to stop saying that, though. I don't like saying that. I feel like that's just one of those things that I keep saying too much, but it's not a good thing to say. Maybe I do know a thing or two. I do know. I'm just going to start saying that. I do know, even if I don't know. People like confidence, right? But yeah, this week it's the bad news that apparently the PS5 shortage is, or just a chip shortage, Intel saying could last till 2024. And it's like, okay, well, what can I expect this upcoming week? What's the bad news for the second week of May going to be? What are we going to get a negative report about God of War Ragnarok development from Jason Schreier from Bloomberg? Doesn't that just sound so like, yeah, that's probably, that actually sounds like that's what's going to happen next. And that's true. It is Intel CEO. We should probably, you're right. I will say we probably, you're saying I think people should say, I don't know, more often, LMAO. Yeah, I guess you're right, actually. Don't take my advice. Confidence, yes. Lying, hell no. No, I agree. I guess I say I don't know because I don't. I just feel bad always saying that, because it's like, I'm a PlayStation content creator. I revolve my channel around this. Surely I should know what I'm saying, and I should know what I'm talking about. So to end everything I say with, I don't know. But that's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of the beast of operating outside and not on the inside. I'm on the outside looking in, not the other way around. I have the same perspective that most of you do, which I think is beneficial because it allows us to relate. My uncle, I just found out my uncle, he just got hired at Sony at a very high position. He's like right underneath Jim Ryan. So I should have some good insight coming up soon. I think he's going to be starting next month. And, he let me know. He's like, you got your MBG channel. I'll feed you that info. And I'm like, That's really nice of you, Uncle Jack. Uncle Jack. It's Jack Trenton, guys. Jack Trenton's going back to PlayStation. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Your uncle. You thought I was serious for a second. Nice. I can do that sometimes. You know, get into that kind of that zone where it's like you're so serious, people can't tell if you're joking or not. You just make people feel uncomfortable. Like, people are pretty sure you're joking, but they're not confident enough to like call you out on it. We all know that person. All right, let me get to some of these super chats. Apologies, guys. I've been making you guys wait here. But I do want to say Rory2X just for the final part of the super chat. Let's not rush Sony. I agree. I mean, I come on my podcast and I talk for 3-4 hours at a time, and I know it comes off like that. You're saying MBG is oops leaks, dude. I could never do that, man. I could never do that. Like, I'm sure that people have thought about doing that before. It's like, I'm going to create a fake Reddit post, and then I'm going to, under a random name, and then I'm going to create a Twitter account under a random name, and I'm going to claim to be an insider, and then I'm going to cover that on my channel. Like, look, I could never do that, because it's like, I know that what I'm doing is not true. You know, it removes the fun from me as well. I'm removing my own fun factor. Like, if I could go on Reddit leaks and rumors, I'm going to type up a whole, like, you know, PS5 June showcase leaked, and it would be, people would flock to that. They'd be like, oh man, is that real? You know, and people would be wondering, like, I know you're joking, but people, you know, I imagine there have been some people who've done this in the past. And it's like, I could never do that, because I don't know. I go to these rumors and these leaks and what these people are saying under the slight chance that maybe this is true. Maybe they're not making it up. Maybe they did hear this from somebody who knows. And that's what makes it interesting to me. You know, I feel like at that point, you know, that I may as well make a PlayStation fan fiction channel where it's like, let's just talk about the things that PlayStation should do and we wish they would do. I mean, you know, like, let's talk about what Metal Gear Solid 6 could be like if Kojima made it. Like, you know, I do like to do that. All right, I apologize. You're right. I got to get to the super chats. I apologize, guys. I'm starting to get off the rails again. I got to recenter myself here. Jerome Montgomery is saying early July sounds like something Sony would do. I would be okay with that. I would actually be totally okay if Sony wanted to wait till July, mainly because during June, we will have enough to focus on that, you know, not everything has to happen all at one time or right next to each other. So I would be okay with July as well. I just say June because I feel like June is the traditional time, you know. Magnum Visuals, you're saying Sony is quiet because Xbox has nothing to tickle their feathers yet. Yeah, that could be true. I do wonder, like, how much of that plays into Sony's planning, right? Like, if it's like, well, we got to worry about what Microsoft may be ready. Like, does Sony care about Starfield? Probably. Like, I think that they care enough to where it's like, well, we just have to be aware that Starfield is the big holiday Xbox game, and we just have to make sure that we navigate, you know, the remainder of the year with that in mind. Like, I don't think Sony's like, oh my God, Starfield's coming. What are we gonna do? Like, I don't imagine Sony's like that. But I do imagine they have to respect it, is what I'm trying to say. But then again, Sony is also the same company, the same game publisher that released Horizon Forbidden West a week before Elden Ring. So maybe Sony doesn't care at all. Maybe they really don't care. Because, I mean, look, we all knew, even though Elden Ring was surprising in how big it was, we still knew it was going to be a big game. So Sony might not care, man. I'm only saying that because we might think they care, but they might not at all. Like, Sony, for all we know, does not even remotely give a shit about Starfield and when it's releasing. I'm just saying, like they might not. We are viewing it from like a fan perspective, and so Fabrice, do you think Sony regrets it? I don't know. I imagine they probably do regret releasing Horizon Forbidden West at that time. How could you not? It would have been even worse if they released it after, though. Could you imagine if they released it 1 week after Elden Ring? Oh my God. That would have been really bad. Jerome, again, you're saying, if they skip the summer, do you think Sony will be slipping back into their arrogant ways with Xbox on the rise? That wouldn't be wise. I see what you did there. Nice rhyme. I'll be honest. I would start to think that a little bit. Yeah, I would. Because when you say if Sony were to skip summer, you know, that's under the assumption that they're skipping the entire summer, which is like multiple months. That would be completely unacceptable to me. And that would, to me, be the most arrogant thing that Sony could do, because they can't just leave their PS5 install base, and even those who are still on PS4, you can't just leave them completely in the dark like that. And the biggest thing that would make me feel like that would be arrogant is because I would know, and we would know, that you guys have some stuff you can show. You're just choosing not to. And that would be a little bit crazy to me. But I wouldn't be like so upset that I'd be like, whatever, like I'm done with PlayStation or anything like dramatic like that. But I would definitely be like, wow, I can't believe it. I would be very surprised. If Sony came out and they were like, guys, look, we're preparing something. We just don't have everything ready to go at yet. Like it's close to being ready. So just hang tight. If they could do that, like kind of like what Cory Barlog did for us with God of War, I would be okay with it. And like that's why I'm not worried about God of War. I know that some people are worried about God of War Ragnarok because of what Cory Barlog said, but I'm the opposite. I actually feel good that he came out and he just let us know, like, dude, they're nose to the grindstone, getting that game ready, and they want to make sure that it's going to be perfect, and they're going to show it when it's ready. And they're very close, you know, just not quite there yet. Sony doesn't do that, though, you know. Cory had to do that on his own with Santa Monica Studio, but Sony doesn't like come out here and say things like that. So, MBG, you saw Jaffe's take, right? I didn't. No, Brian, you might have to inform me if I missed. I did see something that David Jaffe tweeted recently. I don't use Twitter really, but I did come across it, and it was really funny. And he was like, all right, guys, I feel like the time has come for me to reveal, I'm paraphrasing what he said, but he's like, I feel like the time has come for me to reveal why I left PlayStation and why I parted ways with Sony. And then at the bottom, he just says, it was because of Vin Diesel. And I was just like, I was cracking up. I was like, that was a good one. That was a really good one. I appreciated that. So yeah, let me see here. Space Gambler Jr., member for 16 months, play has no limits. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, MBG, did you see David Jaffe respond to the accusation that God of War copied Rygar? Check your email. I don't check my email nearly as often as I should, which is probably a mistake. But I'll have to check that out. I think I saw that video kind of like roll by or something, or I scrolled by it. So maybe I'll look into that. Young G, you're saying people forget that PlayStation Studios are under strict NDA, so people automatically think SMS is telling the truth about Ragnarok not being ready. Also, fans would be very upset if they skip June. Yeah, I think the biggest thing to me that points to June being when Sony does talk again, maybe July, but still mostly June, is because they have PlayStation VR 2. And even if PlayStation VR 2 doesn't release until early 2023, they have many different developers making games for PSVR 2. And these developers want these games to be known. Like they want people to know about them and have time to, you know, kind of see them and get hyped for them and have, you know, so that they'll consider buying it. These developers who are making games for PSVR 2 are relying on the success of PSVR 2. So that's something Sony's going to have to consider as well. And they are considering it. You're saying Jaffe thinks that God of War Ragnarok might be delayed to 2023 because Barlog didn't commit to the 2022 in his 420 talk. I mean, look, man, I'm not anticipating that God of War is going to get delayed to 2023, but I will say that I do understand that why some people are thinking that it's going to. I do understand. And I don't want to say that it's not possible or it's completely out of the question. We know that that's not how these things work. The reality is if the game has to be delayed, it's going to be delayed. That's just how it is. But I'm still not anticipating it. I just think that Sony wants to make sure, and I think also Santa Monica, I'm saying these things and I'm making assumptions. I just think, and I believe, and I could be very wrong, that they just want to make sure they have a really big, proper showing for God of War Ragnarok at the right time. Like when they feel like it's really ready to show, they're going to do that. I don't think that they're necessarily trying to rush it to where it's like, well, okay, this big section of the game isn't done yet, but let's just show this part right now. I just don't think that's what they're doing. I don't know why. Like, I just get that feeling. And maybe that's not how they're operating. I will admit, like, Cory Barlog did kind of make it sound like God of War Ragnarok is maybe not as far along as we thought. He really did kind of make it sound like that. But I also just kind of couldn't help but pay attention to, he says they're perfectionists. And he knows, as well as that entire studio, they know what the expectation behind this game is. So here's something else I want to mention. How come nobody else has kind of pointed out that if you go look at the God of War Ragnarok trailer we got last year, back in September of 2021, there was a lot of footage in that. And I feel like a lot of people aren't really paying attention to that. Like, there was a lot in that trailer that was seemingly done and good and ready. And they felt good enough to show it in September of 2021. So that's just something to consider, I think. Darkborn, you're saying Sony has a lot in production, but the difference is they like to show gameplay. Xbox spams CGI trailers. They both take time, but Sony wants perfection. Yeah, that's something that we do need to pay attention to as well, is Sony seems very... It seems like Sony only feels confident in showing CG trailers for known quantities, such as, well, Spider-Man 2's trailer wasn't CG, but it was more like a cutscene. And they're like, look, we don't really need to show Spider-Man 2 gameplay out of the gate because it's Spider-Man 2. People know what to expect to an extent. We just need to show Venom. We need to show Spider-Man again. That's what matters. We don't need to show gameplay for Wolverine because, it's a known quantity. Insomniac Games, what you're getting quality-wise, and it's Wolverine. Like, this, people were ragging on me because they're like, man, MBG, how can you make it sound like, you don't like CGI trailers, but then get excited for a a Wolverine CGI trailer. It's like, well, because come on, it's not like it's a new IP, right? Like, it's Wolverine, man, and it's Insomniac. Like, I have a pretty good picture in my head of what that's going to look like in terms of gameplay. And one thing I know for sure is it ain't going to be disappointing. I can tell you that. You see what I'm saying? To whereas, like, people, for example, like that Redfall game, people were like, dude, that Redfall game looks awesome. And I was like, I'm not sold on it because it was just a CG trailer or like a cutscene or something, Like, it wasn't, I have no idea what that game is going to be like. And that's very different because that's a brand new IP. Like, I would have never known watching that game trailer for Redfall that it's a first-person shooter. I mean, I kind of got the idea it was a shooter, but you know what I mean? Like, they're two very different things. And maybe some people will think that's hypocritical, but I'm giving you, I think, pretty valid explanations. If Sony showed off a CGI trailer for a new IP like Redfall, I wouldn't really know what to think. I'd be like, yeah, it looks like it has potential, but I'm going to have to see gameplay. If Microsoft was the one who showed off a CGI Wolverine trailer, I would have been just as excited. Make no mistake about that. I mean, assuming that it was a high quality studio developing it. So I think what I'm trying to say here, Sony seems to be okay showing CG trailers for stuff like Wolverine, Spider-Man, Star Wars, again, known quantities that the name alone is going to get people excited. But when it comes to other stuff, like, for example, Sony could not show a CG trailer for something like SOCOM, or something like The Last of Us remake, or something like Deviation Games. I like the first time we see Deviation Games, I would be surprised if we just got like a CG trailer, because it's like, this is a new IP. People have high expectations. You're gonna have to show something that gets people very excited. Game like The Last of Us remake, you got to show what that's gonna look like gameplay wise. You can't. And I do agree. Sony, they do want perfection, and that is why I'm always willing to give them a lot of leeway when it comes to stuff like this, because I know what Sony is capable of doing when they're on point and when they are ready, as I said, to step on the gas. I don't mean to keep using that analogy over and over again, but when they are ready, I know what Sony's capable of doing, what they're capable of delivering to PlayStation. And that's why I don't want to sound too entitled and make it sound like Sony should do things when I say so. No, when they're ready, they will be ready. And when they show the goods, I think we're going to be, very happy. I think we will be. Even with some of their live service games, I do think we'll be happy. Josh Z, you're saying new show opens with Final Fantasy 16 trailer and announces Square Enix purchase. That would be too much, man. We'll talk about that before the end of the show. The purchasing of Square Enix or something along those lines. I've seen some interesting takes from people where there are a lot of people who think that would be a big mistake for Sony, or it would be a bad move, or they wouldn't be excited. I've seen just as many people who would be excited, but it's not as like one-sided as I thought it would be. So we'll talk about that before the end of the show. But that would be crazy, Josh. Jerome Montgomery, the PS5 showcase was a Sony showcase at its best, and with how they can show us, if it ain't at that level, I will be really disappointed. Your thoughts? Believe it or not, Jerome, I mean, I actually do agree with you in a lot of ways here. I do think back to that PS5 showcase and how that was like Sony in peak form, where that was like an hour and a half long, just nonstop show. And the only time I remember during that show where things slowed down a little bit was kind of towards the middle, where they had to like highlight some smaller indie stuff and let people know that, hey, we do have some bigger indie games, or some indie games that PlayStation's partnered with that's coming to PS5. And that was the only point in that hour and a half long show, I think it was an hour and a half long, where people were saying, oh, that was the only like maybe time it got a little bit weak, right? But other than that, it was just, again, pedal to the metal, man. And I do agree. Like, I've been waiting for a showcase like that from Sony since the PS5 showcase. And I hope that's what we get. I mean, if we get something close to that, and it's not like exactly like that, I don't necessarily think I would be disappointed. But I would expect it to be certainly more significant. And, let me just say this. Whatever Sony does next in terms of a showcase or an event, and I'm not talking about a state of play, I'm talking about a showcase, I expect it, hands down, to be much more significant than what they did in September of 2021. And that's the best way I can put it. That's my expectation. Darkborn, you're saying, I think it's entirely possible they just show a game or two off or around E3 and save more big guns for a showcase later in the year. Gameplay takes time. I mean, I will say I do think that's a possibility. As much as I don't want to admit it, I do think that is actually a possibility. I do think that like maybe we are under the impression, I am under the impression that, well, we're going to see God of War during a showcase. We're going to see Final Fantasy 16 during a showcase, that might not be what's going to happen. We might see Final Fantasy 16 at Summer Game Fest, and then we might get as I said, like a God of War State of Play in July or something like that. And that might be it for Sony over the summer. But I would still take that over nothing. My big fear is I just don't want Sony to remain silent. That's all. I really want them to do a showcase, and I want them to bring the heat this summer, but if they're not necessarily ready and it really is just like they don't have enough gameplay to show yet and they'd rather wait, yeah, I can't argue with that. I'd rather wait for more gameplay too. But at the same time, I just don't want Sony to remain silent. That's all over the summer. I think that would be worst case scenario. All right, let me see here. Billy Too Smooth, member for 25 months, man. Greatness awaits. Thank you so much for the support. You're saying, hi, MBG, you think Sony will have an event soon, or do you think they will wait last minute like last year's September event? You just bought Elden Ring, and you are shocked. Shocked, I guess. Shocked at how good it is, man. I'm hovering over the emoji, and it says face screaming in fear. You're screaming in fear over Elden Ring. Yeah, I mean, Billy Too Smooth, you did just remind me. What about Bloodborne? Yet another game. Yet another project that Sony undoubtedly has in the works. I have no doubt. I know we heard from a supposed insider that said they haven't heard anything about Bloodborne. I don't believe it. No way. No way, dude. At this point in time, Sony has to absolutely be doing something with Bloodborne simply for the sake of capitalizing on Elden Ring's success. Maybe, even porting something like Demon's Souls to PC. You have to imagine that these are things Sony's going to want to do. But I just wanted to add to this. There's another game. We've heard about a Bloodborne remaster or remake, whatever you want to call it, for years now. And we've heard many times that this is a game Sony wants to show off for the PS5, and they have yet to do it. Just, add that game to the pile of other games we've heard about that Sony has yet to talk about. But to answer your question, Billy Too Smooth, yeah, as I said, I do think Sony will do an event, and I think it's coming in June. And I do think that I think Sony could. I don't know if they would do 2 events this year, but I could see them basically doing what they did in 2020, where it's like they have a bigger event, maybe like an hour-long gaming event or a PlayStation event in June, and then maybe another like smaller 30 to 40-minute event in September. I could see them doing that for sure. Rari2X, you're saying one thing I'm noticing is the amount of people who aren't patient anymore. God of War Ragnarok is coming, but people love getting upset and rushing them. Yeah, you're framing this statement in the context, I believe, of recently. Like you're saying people used to be more patient. They used to be more, okay with Sony kind of taking their time. And you're kind of implying that this is something that has happened more recently. And I actually think there's a reason for that. I think Xbox has effectively altered the overall perception. I think Xbox has made it so that there is now a very strong and a very, I'm trying to think of the best way to word this, vocal and somewhat loud community that I think they just found a way. They found the marketing that works for them, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Microsoft found the marketing for the Xbox division and the brand that works for them. And they have rallied the troops, so to speak. They've rallied the fans. And I think that it's gotten to a point where Sony, they don't really do that much. This is where you see a very different approach with Sony, where Sony is not about rallying the fans except for specific moments in time. To whereas Microsoft is trying to constantly rally the fans like every day or every week or every month. And it doesn't really matter what they're rallying them for. It's just the a lot of Xbox fans are so entrenched in kind of feeding off of that, like Xbox made the comeback, Xbox is on top now. And I think that this is bleeding into a lot of public perception where people like me and probably a lot of you, we pay very close attention to PlayStation. We play on PlayStation a lot, probably almost every day. We play a lot of PlayStation games, and we know, like what I'm trying to say is we know why we're PlayStation fans and what makes PlayStation so awesome. Like we know what the good stuff here is. Like we're cutting in to a premium cut of steak that is not cheap, but is totally worth it. And we're just like, yo, this is it. Like this is it right here. And the thing about that is that the steak, the premium cut of steak, it takes longer to cook, to prep, to get it just right. And in between that time, it just feels like we got a lot of people that are like kind of running around with like, I don't know, like an Applebee's steak or just some random, just a random cut of meat from somewhere that's definitely not premium and being like, this is great, this is the best, look how cheap this is. And I just feel like that conversation has begun to overshadow the other side. And now people, I think, they're getting so caught up in it. And some of these people are yelling so loudly, so frequently, that it's almost like people are beginning to believe that this premium cut of steak isn't actually as premium as it is, that it isn't actually as good as it is. And it's almost like if enough people kind of turn to each other and be like, yeah, that isn't that great, man, that's too much. Like you're making that steak sound better than it actually is. And we're just like, no, like guys, come on. This is it, man. This is good. This is the good stuff. And I don't like, and we're all kind of like looking at each other like, all right, I mean, and I think that that's where the feeling of impatience comes from is like, for me, what I see this a lot and I'm exposed to it and this type of mentality. And I kind of want, I am becoming a little bit impatient because I'm eager for Sony to remind people like why they're the best at what they do and why people like me and millions of others are okay not being part of a subscription service where it's just about the best deal and the best value. Why people like us still like to pay full price for premium video game experiences and buy these games physically and we like the traditional console. We like the traditional model of that console. We like the games just kind of being more focused on being bigger and not like just bigger for the sake of being bigger or, more for the sake of more, but just having this quality touch to them that not every game is always going to have it. And, Sony's going to have their misses, of course, but just things like that, it just things like, I just don't understand why so many people these days, it seems, maybe it's just the internet and it's kind of like it exists in a vacuum. But it's just, I think the shortage, I'm trying to think of the best way to word this without getting too, all right, I'll just say this. This probably isn't the best way to word it, but it's just it's the first thing that comes to mind, and I'm just going to say it. There's essentially a pack of hyenas out there, okay? And it's a large pack of hyenas that any opportunity they get to pounce and attack, and I mean just go in hard, they'll take it. And because of how quiet Sony's been, because Sony has kind of been making a couple mistakes, or maybe not necessarily mistakes, but committing. Sony has not been following. There we go. There's the best way I can put it. Sony refuses to follow the non-leader, I don't mean to put it that way, but that's the truth, is like Sony's not going to follow the brand that's in last place. They're going to do what they believe will allow them to remain on top and remain, like the best in the business, I guess. And I just think about this because I still see it, I still see it. And I feel like people are, you're saying you think I'm overblowing it. Sony's still doing fine. No, I do think Sony's doing fine. And that's the important thing here is I know, dude, Sony's doing good, man. Like I just got done playing Sifu, Horizon Forbidden West. I didn't play GT7. I could if I want though. And now Ghostwire Tokyo, which is a game that Sony locked up for PS5 players. Yeah, it's all good, man. Like I'm not over here being like Sony ain't feeding us, man. They ain't releasing no games. It's the literal opposite. But isn't that what's so shocking? Isn't that the thing that's so surprising is that somehow, somehow, Sony is delivering game after game, and they've been just on point, man, since the launch of the PS5, since the PS4 generation, and yet people are acting as if like they're just so down on Sony, man. Like Sony's just been not doing it. And I'm just like, I don't know. This is what I can't figure out. What is going on? Why are people suddenly... I mean, I thought Horizon was a great game, and I know that many of you like Horizon, but do you guys happen to notice that there seems to be like an echo chamber, multiple echo chambers in different areas that basically say Horizon sucks or Horizon isn't good. And it's almost like that is becoming almost like it's not the reality, but do you ever hear the saying, perception is reality? Did you ever hear that? You're saying MBG, you literally pounce on Xbox every chance you get. The video on Starfield, I mean, your first topic of the day was about Xbox server issues. Well, yeah, but if you listen to my topic, man, you'll know that I wasn't necessarily pouncing on Xbox. I'm highlighting why this is important for PlayStation players to pay attention to as well, and why, like, again, how it relates to GT7. But my video on Starfield, by the way, I just want to say, I think people got really upset about that video I made because I just said, again, what a developer who apparently worked there said, where he said the game engine was a piece of crap. And I actually defended Starfield in that video. Does anybody care? No, they don't. They don't, because again, perception is reality. If the perception is MBG is a PlayStation fanboy who hates Xbox and will shit on them any chance he gets, then it doesn't matter what I actually said in that video. And actually, I made that video as a test, and it proved me right. It proved my theory right, which is, my theory was, if I take a quote about Starfield that is negative, that didn't come from me, but I just put it in the title where this is a quote from what somebody else said, not me. And then I actually go on to defend the game and say that I think it's actually going to be fine. Like, I still think it's going to be good. He was talking about the game engine, not the game engine, like developing for it. What I'm trying to say is it didn't matter to anybody what I actually said in that video. The only thing that mattered was that MBG put out a video about Starfield, and it has the words, doesn't matter if they're in quotations or not, Starfield, piece of crap. And I get it. I get that was always going to be the outcome, but you're saying, isn't that kind of clickbait? Well, I guess it depends on how you define clickbait. I did change the title because it's not because I thought it was clickbait, but it's because people are going to make assumptions, and I feel, and that title was obviously, PlayStation fans who were not rallying around Starfield were obviously excited to see that. We're like, yo, Starfield, piece of crap. let's go, baby. It's kind of, it's kind of funny in a way, but there were also just as many people who are like, what? Starfield piece of crap? Shut your mouth, MBG. Keep my game's name out your fucking mouth. Like, that's how they're acting, man. And I'm like, all right, dude, all right. I'm good. I'm good. You're saying clickbait would be if it was misleading, but the title, that's the thing. The title was not misleading. It was not anything other than what was being said. And it's an interesting exercise because it reveals how people work, and it shows that like people saw what they wanted to see with that title. And that's what I'm trying to highlight. People saw what they wanted to see. They either saw, oh, this is it, baby, Starfield gonna flop, star flop incoming, or they saw, yo, this is some bullshit clickbait. Starfield's gonna be great. I don't know what you're talking about. This is some nonsense. And that's just how it is, man. That's just how people see what they want to see. And I guess I'm just going on this long-winded rant here because it just made me realize that, there are times to point out the good and the bad. And I'm only human. I'm going to have my feelings and my opinions. I'm not a robot. And frankly, I don't ever want to be that. I want to be fair. I want to be reasonable. Chad says, MBG, bottom line, PS5 is weak. I'm glad that's the bottom line you got from this conversation, Chad. But I don't know. I feel like some people try too hard to be indifferent. And I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't sit here and be like, I'm completely indifferent to Xbox. I'm not completely indifferent. I have my feelings on that platform and on, what they're doing. And I'm not indifferent to Sony. And I just, I know people say that, well, we just want you to keep the same energy. And it's like, well, I mean, I made a video talking about GT7. I made a video how I pretty much put in the title and the thumbnail, like, Sony's messing up. Sony, what are you doing? And I called them out. And to me, that was necessary. Like, I had to do that, and I also did it because I thought it was interesting. Like, look at what's going on with GT7 and how bad Sony's screwing up with it. Let's talk about it and talk about how it's not good. And I think Sony needs to really worry about how they're going to proceed with their live service games. I did that. I actively did that. And no one cared because all they want to care about is, but you also put Starfield piece of crap in a video title. And that's just the day and age we live in, man. It's, I can't say it's new. I mean, I say it's like our day and age, like this is something that's new to society and humans as a whole. It's not. This is how it is for a lot of things. It's not what was actually said that matters. It's just, enough people get together collectively. They develop what is perceived to be I guess like a common opinion, an accepted opinion, and they just run with it. And anything that goes against that, it's like if somebody were to come into my chat right now and be like, yo, PS5 sucks. Yeah, that person's gonna get run out because it's like, what are you doing here, man? Like you just seem like you're trolling, But if somebody came in and they were like, I think the PS5 is not the ideal console. Let me explain why. You see what I'm saying? He's pretty much saying the same thing. And what it comes down to, and I guess maybe this is the important point, and where I'm going to end this tangent because I got really off topic. The important point is it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Because you can say the same thing 10 different ways. And depending on how you say it is going to determine the perception of what you're saying, which will ultimately determine the reality of what you're saying. So Yeah, and tangent. I don't know how I got here, but somehow I ended up here. I think I have a couple super chats that I haven't read yet, so I do apologize that I'm getting to them late. Rari 2X again, you're saying one thing I'm noticing. Sorry, I read that one already. Jerome Montgomery, you're saying if God of War gets pushed, what is the holiday title? Well, we do have Forspoken coming out in October, so with that in mind, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like maybe, unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate, but Forspoken might be the holiday title. Sony could try to release something in November or December, though, or maybe earlier than that. If you're saying like God of War is getting delayed, if God of War doesn't get delayed, I expect it to be a September game. But if it does get delayed, I don't know. Maybe The Last of Us remake could be ready. Maybe that could be like a September. I don't know. I don't know, man. There we go. I'm saying it again. I don't know. Got to put it on the shirt. iSiler18, member for 23 months, Players Unlimited Plus. Thank you so much, man, for that support. You're saying Sony launched Sifu, Gran Turismo 7, Horizon Forbidden West, and Ghostwire Tokyo. Bought Bungie and Haven fairly recently. Why do they have to announce something or show something every month? I agree. I mean, look, I totally agree with what you're saying, iSiler. I don't think Sony has to show something or announce something every month. I just think that with everything you just mentioned, like the release of these games, they got their time, dude. And if you go back to the content that I personally, just for me, that I've created for the first couple months of the year, that's what it was about, man. It's about, I mean, there were obviously rumors and stuff too, but we talked about all those games at length. We talked about the acquisitions, and it was all good. I think that the reality, you know, the thing that really, I think, started to become clear is after these games launched and, you know, we got kind of removed from them. We're like weeks and weeks removed from the launch of Horizon and even Ghostwire Tokyo at this point, and GT7, and we're weeks removed, almost months at this point, removed from the Bungie acquisition. It's just kind of become clear that, well, we don't really know. We don't really know exactly what's next. Like, we don't have it mapped out for us. We had the first 3 months of 2022 mapped out for us. There, you know, we got the release dates, we get the launch dates, and that's how it was. And right now, we don't have any of that. So I just think it's the reason why I think people are a little bit more antsy now is because of that, is because we don't really know what to expect. And people are hoping that we'll get some dates. The only game, I have to reiterate this because this is important. The only PlayStation 5 video game that is coming from a Sony, that is either coming from Sony directly or a Sony partner that is exclusive to the console, the only game that has a date is Forspoken. And that was a game that was supposed to be out this month. It got delayed. That's it. That is it. So when you take that into account, suddenly I think it makes it a little bit more understandable why people are, you know, I just want to go on. I'm going to go on a little side. I'm going to keep this short and sweet, but I got to say, I don't know why. Somebody just said Bleeding Edge in the chat. And I don't know why they said this, but it just made me have a flashback. It just made me have a flashback to when was Bleeding Edge announced for Xbox? It wasn't that announced in wasn't it like June of 2019? I think Bleeding Edge was announced, and it was a game. Bleeding Edge was a game, for those who don't know, and I don't blame you for not knowing. Yeah, it was announced in 2019. Bleeding Edge was a hero brawler shooter type game, kind of like an Overwatch type game that was developed by Ninja Theory. And the flashback I just had is I remember I was always telling people how, like, man, I really like Ninja Theory and I loved Hellblade, and I'm excited to see what they announce next. And that was the game that they announced next, was Bleeding Edge. And I ranted about that game because I told people, I'm like, yo, Bleeding Edge is going to flop because it looks generic as hell and it looks terrible. And I got so much pushback from a large portion of the Xbox community. We're like, dude, you're just a hater. And I tried explaining to them, no, man, I'm not a hater. Like, this is not what Ninja Theory should be wasting their damn time on, because this looks like garbage. It does. And they just didn't want to hear it, man. They just didn't want to hear it. And you know what ended up happening to that game? You know what ended up happening? It's the same thing that happened to Destruction All-Stars. It died. A swift death. Which is good. Just like Destruction All-Stars. Because this... Oh, man. I guess, I don't know. I didn't mean to... I wasn't planning on talking about that, but I just saw somebody mention it, and it just reminded me that it has always been this way, man. It has always been this way. Where it doesn't matter what I am saying. Like, I could be speaking the absolute truth in regards to Xbox, but there's always going to be a group of people that they don't care. If it's MBG speaking the truth, then it ain't the truth. It's just hate. And that's the reality, man. So I just wanted to kind of call that out because I don't know, man. I remember being so disappointed with Bleeding Edge. I made a dedicated video where I was like, are they serious with this right now? Like, is this really what they're doing? And a lot of people did agree with me, which was nice because they were like, yeah, I don't think that this is a game. MBG so emotional. It's what I don't mean to get like this. I apologize. I'm apologizing to myself because the thing is when I get passionate, yeah, I don't know. When I talk for this long on the podcast, like nonstop, you hate Starfield MBG. Just admit it. It's okay. Well, I would, dude. I would admit that I hate Starfield if I actually hated it. I don't. Like, I don't actually have hatred for Starfield. When it comes to Starfield, I'm mostly indifferent, but I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated to see what it does and how it turns out. All right, Jerome. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, hey, MBG, funny question. If Sony and Microsoft went back to just doing showcase and updates in the summer, like old, would you still do your channel updates? I would. And I will say that is the pro and the up, it's a pro and an upside to the way that things are being done now. Is as a content creator, things are more spontaneous than ever before. And so because they're not as rigid, like you can't really pinpoint what's going to happen at the exact moment, it has made it so sometimes things can happen when they normally otherwise wouldn't. And so it does create a kind of, unpredictability that lends itself nicely, I think, to daily updates or weekly updates and stuff like that. So, even though nothing happened this week, who knows what could happen next week. I'm not saying that I'm necessarily anticipating anything to happen, but who knows? Like a major acquisition could be announced next week. You know what I'm saying? That's just how kind of random these things have become, where you really don't know what to expect. This past week, Square Enix announced that they sold their Western studios. Who could have seen that coming, So if they went back to their traditional ways of doing things, I would still do regular updates on my channel, of course, but it would be more predictable, I think. Fabrice, you're saying, trust me, one day Microsoft would want to kill PlayStation in 5 or 10 years because a wolf old is still a wolf. They need them right now, but not forever. Oh, I know that, dude. Like that's the thing. At the end of the day, when it comes to these corporations and these businesses, I know, Microsoft has done a very good job at kind of making themselves seem like the nice guys, and it's working for them, but it's business at the end of the day, and Sony is their competition. And the way that Microsoft kills Sony is not the traditional way. The way that Microsoft kills Sony is the day that PlayStation announces they're making Game Pass available on PlayStation. That would effectively be Microsoft's killing blow to Sony, at least in Microsoft's eyes. I need to emphasize that, in Microsoft's eyes, because that's their end goal. I mean, I don't know if there's a future where Sony could allow Game Pass on PlayStation, where it doesn't negatively affect them in the long run. I feel like there's just too many negative ramifications and repercussions. But make no mistake, that would be, in Microsoft's eyes, the killing blow because they won. If Microsoft can get their most important service on their biggest competitor, on their platform, on the number one competitor, you know, if they could get that on their platform, then they win. It's like a Trojan horse in a way. But Sony's saying no. And I don't foresee a future where Sony says yes. Sony's still very much in deep competition with Microsoft, even though they are walking very different paths and they're doing things differently. They still are in competition, and I don't know that they want to like end each other, but I will say I don't think Microsoft would be upset if Sony released a major flop and lost a bunch of money. I don't think Microsoft would be shedding a tear for that. But same thing for Sony. You know, Sony, they were sharks last generation, man. They went for Microsoft's throat, and you know, when Microsoft was down, Sony had no problem kicking them. And that's what I'm saying. Like that's the way these things work. They're not friends. They're not there to, you know, pat each other on the back. They're there to win. And that's just how it is. Okay, so Magnum Visuals are saying we're living in the twilight zone from politics to gaming. Everything is backwards, including opinions. Next will be the perception of colors. Watch. I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. I don't get deep into politics or anything here on the channel, and I refuse to because this is a gaming channel. But I see it too. I sometimes think to myself, you know, like you ever see, we've all had parents or grandparents where they're like old and they talk about like the way things used to be. They kind of, you know, reminisce and they talk about how things are just so different now, and they seemingly don't understand it. And we've all been around older people who feel like that, and you kind of think to yourself because you're younger, yeah, like the back in my day, and you think to yourself because you're younger, like, man, they're just not with the times, you know, like they just don't. I do sometimes wonder, like, is that what I'm beginning to feel? Because I'm not that old. I'm not like 40 or 50 or something like that. But I feel like that's a little bizarre. Is it like you know what I watched recently? I just told you, I watched Iron Man 1. And there were some jokes in there. Again, I'm not getting political and I'm not getting into it here. But all I'm going to say is in Iron Man 1, a movie released in 2008, I think it was 2008, there were like a few jokes where I'm like, oh man, that would not fly today. This movie would have gotten canceled by a large community of people because of some of the jokes that were made in there. And I just thought that was crazy. Like, that was like a moment where I'm like, holy shit. That doesn't feel like that was that long ago. And I feel like I'm now beginning to think, man, and even my wife, she like turned to me and she's like, man, isn't it weird to just like see things that came out back then and we just kind of look back and we think, huh, it's hard to believe there was a time when things were just fucking normal. I'm like, yeah, it is. That's crazy. Dude, Brian East, you're saying, MVG, you really want to go there? Watch Tropic Thunder. Yes. Yeah, dude. Oh my God. Yes. Dude, I don't care what anybody says. Tropic Thunder is a gem of a movie. Is a national treasure. Okay. That was an amazing movie. And if there's any movie that proves just how you like, that movie could never be made today. And that's sad because Tropic Thunder was amazing. Tropic Thunder was amazing. So, man. See, this is what I mean. I feel like I'm having like this nostalgic reminiscence, you know, reminiscing. And, dude, I can't get into it because that's the reality is this is why I try to play video games as much as I do, because I'm just trying to not expose myself to this weird, bizarre shit that's going on in the world. Not all over the place. It's not like it's everywhere, but man, it does feel like it's starting to kind of seep into everything to some extent. and I'm just tired of it, and that's why I kind of look to video games in a lot of ways, and music, and just things that are just, I don't want to, I just don't want to deal with this weird shit that's going on. I just want to live my life, man, and not, yeah. So, but yeah, man, Magnum Visuals, I hear you. It really does feel like we are living in the Twilight Zone sometimes. And I often do think to myself, like, did I slip into like a different timeline and not know it? Like, did I slip? MBG, take that thought and think about GTA 6. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, that's the thing, is the idea that we're going to get GTA 6 in 2024, and it's going to, here's what I want to say is this. What if, it depends on how they handle it with GTA 6, because I will tell you, GTA 6 is going to do things differently. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we saw with the GTA 5 Enhanced Edition for PS5 and Xbox Series, they removed certain things. Again, where it's like, all right, like, now this is considered in really poor taste, and we don't want to get canceled and all that. And it's like, all right. I mean, it seems like you guys are just leave it the way it was. And if you want to change things in GTA 6. Here's the only way I think they could do it. GTA's always been funny, right? Like, GTA has always been satire. It's always been, this is a funny, extreme, maybe not so extreme. It's it's, but just a funny satirical version of America and politics and social media and everything that's going on, and sensitive topics that we don't give a shit about. We're just gonna, go balls to the wall with it. If they want to change anything in GTA 6, the only way they could get away with it, in my opinion, is if they make a Grand Theft Auto 6 storyline that's dead serious. I'm talking like Heat, right? Like these movies that have been inspiration, or GTA has been inspired by. A lot of the GTA games, they pull from movies. And a lot of these movies are like very serious movies, but GTA is not known for that. Yeah, like if you look at Red Dead Redemption 2, that's like a very serious game. Like it just has this gritty tone to it. I don't think GTA, well, I'm going to be real. GTA could do whatever they want, and they'll be fine. Yeah, GTA 4 was pretty serious. GTA 4 was a little bit, it was still had a lot of nonsense in it, but it was a little bit on the more serious side. But I think that's effectively GTA 6. I think that the only way they're not going to get destroyed if they decide to change things is they're going to have to get pretty serious about the story and the characters and the tone that they're going for. And I think people could accept that. Like, if they go for a very Red Dead Redemption 2 or more GTA 4, just a very, very dark, gritty, serious tone to it. Doesn't have to be dark per se, but just a very, serious tone. I think they could succeed in doing that. And people would be much more forgiving if it, like, for example, the conversation would be like, oh, well, how come GTA doesn't care about being funny anymore? How come GTA doesn't care about making fun of stuff anymore? It's like, well, because, like, this is a very serious story. Like, they're going for a serious tone, a mature tone and theme, And it doesn't mean that they couldn't still insert jokes and have some levity and be satirical in some ways. But I just, you're not going to see them go as crazy off the wall, in my opinion, as you would see in other GTA games. And we'll see if people are okay with that or not, I'm seeing some of the stuff that you guys are putting in the chat, and I'm dying, man. I'm dying. That is funny. All right. Piss washing, yeah. But I gotta admit, like, no matter what, I'm going to look forward to GTA 6, just because if there's ever a game that's going to be like an event when it is announced and we see it for the first time, whether you love it or hate it after you see it, I think we're all going to be excited. You know what I mean? To see what is the next Grand Theft Auto. Because, dude, GTA 5 had a great story. I did really enjoy GTA 5. And I think that, GTA Online has dominated for so long that I think sometimes it's easy to forget that GTA 5 had an amazing single player. It really did. I enjoyed it a lot. I thought, that what they did with the 3 characters was definitely different and interesting. And we'll see if they do something similar with 6. Okay, iSolder18, I'm sorry I kept you waiting to read these super chats. You're saying, I kind of feel like Final Fantasy 16 will swap places with God of War this year and we get Kratos next year. Call me crazy. I have that vibe after the Square announcement with game being completed. I think you meant to say like being close to completion. iSolder, that's it. I do wonder how PlayStation fans would feel about that if they found out, hey, God of War Ragnarok is being delayed to Q1 2023, but instead, Final Fantasy 16 is ready to go. September or October, or November or something like that. I would say October, but that's the thing is Forspoken's coming out too, and I don't know if Square Enix would be nervous that Final Fantasy 16 would completely stomp all over their own game. Forspoken, which is a new JRPG IP. I don't know. I don't know how PlayStation fans would feel about that. I mean, I don't think Sony is gonna ask Square to hold back Final Fantasy 16 because it's also releasing on PC. So they got a very large install base between PS5 and PC. I think they'll do fine. You're saying Billy Too Smooth. You're saying MBG, you missed my comment, bro. Did I? I don't think I did. You asked about Sony having an event soon. Or if they're going to have it last minute September and you just bought Elden Ring. No, dude, don't worry. You might, maybe, I don't know, maybe you walked away or something, or you missed when I got to your comment. I got to it, man. No worries. No worries. And then iSiler again, you're saying, fun fact, Sony is turning 76 years old. Also, turn your Twitter back on. Ignore the troll heathens, LOL. You have a large following there. Well, so, look, I don't know that I'm going to go back to Twitter in the sense of like, I'm going to use Twitter, but I don't know that I can go through with allowing Twitter to completely delete my account, only because that's a hard trigger to pull, man. Like, do you know how hard it is? Like, do you know how hard it is to get 44,000 followers on a platform? That shit is hard. Like, that is rare, and that doesn't happen. And I don't know that I would be okay with just allowing that following to be completely deleted and erased. So what I probably will do is I'll keep my Twitter like alive. Like, it will have a pulse, as in like, I'm not going to allow, because Twitter, that's the thing is like all these social media platforms, they give you a 30-day grace period where it's like, if you want your stuff permanently deleted, like completely erased from everywhere, you got to wait like 30 days. And so I don't know. I don't know that I want to, like, I don't want to use Twitter. That's the thing. And that's why I kind of wrestle with myself where it's like, well, why do you want to keep a following? Why do you care about a following? And I guess it's just because it's like, it's just one of those things where it's like, would you, if you had a following on a social media account of 44,000 followers, would you be able, like, honestly, to just delete it, like nothing, and you wouldn't care? You wouldn't give it a second thought? I feel like the answer to that is no. Like, who would be able to do that? That's not an easy thing to do. So right now my account's deactivated. I'll probably turn it back on in a little while. But I don't think even just for like business purposes, I just don't think that would be a wise move to purposely delete it. You're saying you had 80K on your art account, it's gone. But yeah, I've been enjoying not using Twitter. I've been better. Like I told you guys, I've been gaming a lot more, not using Twitter. And so I think maybe this would be a good time, actually. This is a good segue into what will probably be the final topic of the podcast. You're saying my friend, a Japanese musician from Tokyo, deleted his with 50K. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, I don't know. Twitter is garbage. Like, it is. I've spent so much time on Twitter, and I have a hard time feeling like there's anything good I could ever get from Twitter. And that's why I kind of do sometimes think maybe I should just let it be deleted, you know? Like, maybe I should just let it go. I don't know. I feel like I've also been able to focus on my channel more by not dealing with Twitter. It's just allowed me to channel more of my thought and my energy into my channel. But we'll see, you know, as it gets closer to the point where it's like, it's going to be permanently deleted, you know, I'll make my decision. There's a good chance what I'll probably do is just reactivate it and just let it sit there. And I don't know, maybe on like rare occasion, I'll just, like, if Sony announces an event, I'll just tweet out like, finally a Sony event or something like that. And then, you know, not use Twitter again for another 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, whatever. But I think for me, what Twitter also is it's allowed me to not be as engaged with toxic conversations. And I think that is truly the biggest thing that I've noticed from when leaving Twitter is I'm like not reading shit posts anymore, you know? And it's been fucking great. Like it's been awesome. It like there's like this new sense of, I don't know, calm in my mind where it's like, I'm not exposed to the garbage and the venom that people are constantly spewing. And it's great. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. And so I see somebody says life is better without Twitter. It really is. It really is. I mean, if you're somebody who can manage Twitter well and you're only like positive on Twitter and your posts only gain like positive traction and people saying good things and likes, that's good. Like that can be good for you mentally. Like that's a nice little boost, you know, make you feel good, but it's not really like that, you know, for me all the time. Like there are some awesome posts that I've had on Twitter that made me feel good, but there's also been just as many, if not more, just God, like even PlayStation's Twitter. I even tried to like just kind of keep tabs on that because sometimes Sony announces stuff on Twitter that, you know, that's where it drops first before it's picked up by other news sites and whatnot. So I would occasionally check PlayStation's Twitter just to make sure I didn't miss like a big announcement or something like that. And Jesus, just clicking on the responses. Oh man, I feel like you know what? I feel like Twitter would be great if people just couldn't reply. How cool would that be? I would love to see that. That would be a fascinating platform where people can just say things, but no one can reply. That would be awesome. I would just love to see what that would be like, because when I click on like a PlayStation post, all the replies, Xbox better, PlayStation trash. And I'm just like, why is this even here? You know? And then if it's not that, it's literally just people underneath them, ratio. And it just becomes a joke. It becomes a fucking joke. Yeah. Or, oh, yes, I totally forgot because I only used it one time. I forgot that on Twitter, you can turn off your replies. I totally forgot you can do that. So if I do go back to Twitter, I'm going to turn off my fucking replies. I'm going to say whatever I want, and you're all just going to have to take it. And not be, no, but the thing that's stupid about that, you know what's stupid about turning off the replies? People can still quote tweet you. So it doesn't make any sense. If people still want to reply, they still have an ability to reply. It's very stupid. Elon Musk should fix that. Sorry, guys. We're 3 hours and 43 minutes deep into the podcast. This is where MBG really starts to lose it. Rosh Dom B2, you're saying use it for promoting CH and PS news. Don't use it as SM. I mean, that's the thing. I was thinking about that. I was thinking maybe I should not delete my Twitter because I have 44,000 followers. I think, and maybe I think I should just use it professionally. Like this is a professional social media account. But I don't know. I'll think about it. We'll see what happens. But what I would like to do too as well is begin to use my community tab more on YouTube. I like the community tab. One thing that I noticed YouTube did add recently is you can do polls, but you can actually add images to your polls now. And like, I didn't know that they added that. That's actually a really cool feature. All right. So with that being said, guys, hit that like button. We're almost at 500 likes. Sell me your Twitter account. Nah, dude. No, I wouldn't be able to do that. All right, so I'm going to talk about the final topic, which let me just run down here and make sure I didn't miss anything. Should we talk about Square Enix? I don't know. I don't know if I have the energy to talk about Square Enix at this point. I mean, I'll just mention it briefly. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. A few people want me to. All right, well, there is one thing that I do want to say, because I made a dedicated video on Square Enix yesterday. For those of you who are here right now, if you didn't watch that video and you're interested in hearing me talk about Square Enix, I would definitely recommend watching my video yesterday. But I want to say this. There were a lot of people who disagreed with this point that I made. And the point that I made was, is it possible that Sony has been in talks to acquire Square Enix? But one of the things that Sony requested with Square Enix is they want them to sell off some of their Western studios with their IP to basically trim the fat, or what would be perceived as the fat. And I call it the fat or whatever because this is stuff that Sony doesn't want to acquire. Maybe Sony wants to try to lower the price of Square Enix and just buy them for what it is that they feel as though, and maybe that was part of the negotiations. Maybe Square Enix was open to being acquired, but people were saying to me, they were like, dude, that doesn't make any sense, because why would Square Enix, or why would Sony, I should say, not want to buy these studios? Why wouldn't Sony want to buy? See, there you go. MBG, Eidos, etc. had almost $6 billion in debt. I don't know if it's $6 billion. Was it $6 billion? That seems like a bit much. But I mean, you know, what about these IP? Wouldn't, like somebody said, wouldn't Sony want the Tomb Raider IP? No. Why would you think Sony would want the Tomb Raider IP? I'm serious. Like, why would people, like, Sony has their own Tomb Raider. It's called Uncharted. And a lot of people would say it's better than Tomb Raider. Why would they want the Tomb Raider IP? You know what I mean? People talk about like Deus Ex. It's like, well, yeah, but is that really franchise material? I mean, if it was, surely it would already be that way. It would already be doing really, really well. Apparently, I don't know the exact details, but what I basically learned is that, you know what? Here, I have this report here from Gaming Bolt. Square Enix reportedly lost $200 million on the Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy. There's a lot to unpack in the recent announcement that the Embracer Group is acquiring Square Enix's North American studios and IPs, especially given the involvement of studios like Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal and the IPs that are traditionally attached to them. From Tomb Raider to Deus Ex, one thing in particular that has caught the attention of many, however, is the fact that the whole deal cost $300 million, which, given the magnitude of the deal and the names attached, seems shockingly low. But it would seem that, given the losses Square Enix has incurred due to its Western output in recent years, the price starts making more sense. In fact, taking recently to Twitter, industry analyst David Gibson stated that the primary reason Square Enix accepted the price for the deal was the Marvel license. Since 2020, Square Enix has openly talked about the commercial underperformance of both Marvel's Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy, including the heavy financial losses brought about by the former's failure in particular. And according to Gibson, the two have collectively led to losses of $200 million under 2 years for Square Enix. Even so, as Gibson points out as well, considering the potential of the IPs attached to the studios and the upcoming AAA games that are in the works at both Eidos Montreal and Crystal Dynamics, with the latter confirmed to be working on a new Tomb Raider game, the price seems significantly lower than expected. One would think that the mega successful Tomb Raider franchise in and of itself would be enough to drive up that number significantly. And so, look, I'm going to tell you one thing right now. I think we need to just kind of accept. And I'm not trying to be an asshole when I say this. I'm not. And it's like, it's no offense to these games. And I want people to understand, like, I'm not shitting on the Avengers. I'm not shitting on Guardians of the Galaxy. I thought Guardians of the Galaxy was amazing. I'm not shitting on Deus Ex. I'm not shitting on Tomb Raider. But the reality of the situation, from what I can see, is these games, they just weren't doing it, man. Like, they just weren't doing it. I mean, the Avengers is the most obvious fuck up from Square Enix, where it's like, you had the Avengers. What are you doing? What are you doing? You had the Avengers. But I think of like Tomb Raider and Deus Ex. Tomb Raider, that trilogy, when I say they're not doing it, what I mean by that is the Tomb Raider trilogy was awesome and it was great. But clearly Square Enix was doing something wrong where that game can come out, those games can come out, be as good as they are, and somehow sell millions and millions of copies, and yet Square Enix is like, yeah, this is a failure. It's losing us money. You're doing something terribly wrong. Like, you are mismanaging these studios to an nth degree. And the most fucking baffling thing, and I want to say this, like, I sounded pretty optimistic in my video yesterday about Sony acquiring Square Enix, or what's left of them, the Japanese studios. I want to make this clear, and I'm going to read these super chats. The most baffling thing was the president of Square Enix says, oh yes, we are going to take this $300 million and invest it in blockchain and NFTs. And this is where I'm like, you know what, Sony, move the fuck on. Get away from these guys, because I don't know what they're doing. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing that you think that's what you should be doing? You know? Like, I don't understand how we get reports from VGC that say, like, NFTs have already flatlined. They're down 92%. They're done. They're already done. Stick a fork in it. Square Enix apparently didn't get the damn memo. And I'm just like, the only like, at this point, it's like, Sony, either get away from them now, or please buy them and stop that guy from doing what he's doing, because they don't know what they're doing. Like, the only thing that Square Enix has been doing right is and it makes sense that this is why they sold their Western studios, is they've been doing right by Final Fantasy. You know, you look at Final Fantasy VII Remake, people are hyped for Final Fantasy 16. I think that people are very excited for Kingdom Hearts 4. I'm not entirely sure about that. I think people are excited for it. And they, you know, they're really just kind of focusing on their Japanese stuff and their JRPGs. And they have Final Fantasy 14, which is a massively successful service game. I just think that, like, here's my question. There's clearly value there for Sony. Like, if Sony could say, we own Final Fantasy now. Final Fantasy is ours. We own the studios that make these games. We own Kingdom Hearts. We own, I don't know if Forspoken is going to be a big hit or not, but, you know, they own this stuff. It's clearly that's something that can benefit Sony, but, you know, would it be worth the price at this point? How much would it even be? And I don't know. Like, I don't understand Square Enix. I don't anymore. Zenarcan Blitzer, thank you for all the super chats, buddy. You're saying part 1, MBG on Sony buying Square Enix. There is a strong chance of the sale. Points to be aware of. Sony and Square Enix have a close relationship. Sony owned shares of Square Enix in the past. Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts strongly linked with PlayStation. Part 2, Sony invested in and is helping in making Final Fantasy VII Part 2 remake. Sony shared Spider-Man code with Square Enix. Yeah, actually, yes, that's true. That a lot of people don't know that. Sony did share their Spider-Man coding with Square Enix for the Avengers. timed PlayStation exclusives with many Square Enix IP, like Final Fantasy and Forspoken. There's Final Fantasy XIV MMO online game. Part 3, Square Enix sold Western studios to be leaner and avoid regulator issues. If and when the sale is announced, no more excuses, MBG. You have to buy your copy of Final Fantasy VII Remake from your preferred store. Yeah, I guess you're right, Zanark and Blitzer. If Sony does acquire Square Enix, it's like, well, now it's obligatory that I play Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like you said, no more excuses. But here's the question I want to ask everybody. And thank you for that, Zanark and Blitzer. It's well put. A lot of different reasons to, point out that, yeah, this would make sense why Sony would go after them. I think the biggest reason why it would be good for Sony to buy the remainder of Square Enix, like you said, they're trying to avoid like regulator issues or whatever. I think it would be best that Sony is the one managing these IP and these studios that are left. Because I don't know that we can trust Square Enix at this point in time, considering their president is saying we're going to take our money and invest in NFTs and blockchain. I don't know that we can really believe that they're going to be ideal in the future. I don't know. I guess at this point, I'm just saying I would feel more confident in Sony being able to facilitate the long-term success of these IP and of these studios. And I'm not trying to take away from anything that Square Enix has achieved already, but it really does seem like the only things that Square Enix really seems to find success with are the things that Sony has involvement in, and it just kind of makes you think, yeah, they should just go for it, man. Why not? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I wouldn't be shocked. That's what I'm trying to, Zanark and Blitzer, you're bringing up, the more I think about it, that actually is a great point. That is a very, very good point that I think people actually should be paying closer attention to. And I think that point you make about avoiding regulators or making it go through more easily for Sony, that is exactly why Sony would opt to not buy them and ask them to sell this first. And why would they sell it at such a low price? I mean, it's a fire sale, man. Like, get it the fuck out. Like, sever it. We don't want it. We'll take whatever we can get for it because we're out, man. Like, we're with Sony now. The more you think about it and the more you kind of see it in that light, it makes sense. It does. Like, if Sony said, we don't want these studios that are not profitable. We don't want these studios that are losing you money. We don't want these IP that would conflict. I don't know why I said conflict like that. That would conflict with our own IP. We want the good shit. We want the shit that makes the most sense for Sony. We want the stuff that makes the most sense for PlayStation Studios. Again, it actually makes sense that this is how Sony would approach the acquisition of a publisher in a very strategic way. Sony doesn't just want to take everything on board and be like, well, we'll deal with it when we get it. You're saying this is not how business works, MBG. Well, I mean, look, maybe it's not, but it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that why would Sony want studios that would lose them money, that are in debt? Why would Sony want IP that's not going to do anything for them? Because I can tell you, I can see why Sony would want Final Fantasy. Why do you think Sony didn't care to try to get exclusivity for Avengers? Instead, they just did with Spider-Man as an exclusive. Why do you think Sony didn't care to get Guardians of the Galaxy as an exclusive? Why do you think Sony was like, we don't want Tomb Raider, we're going to make our own, but better? I mean, but why do you think Sony, they still care very much? Oh yeah, we want Final Fantasy VII Remake as an exclusive. We want, but you would believe, marketing rights to Kingdom Hearts 4. We want Final Fantasy 16 exclusive to PS5. It makes sense, man. It makes sense for Sony to want to pursue this, but I saw recently it was Jeff Grubb and Greg Miller. They were the ones who came out and they said, look, this is what I heard. I heard from multiple sources that Sony's buying Square Enix. And then they kind of look they kind of look stupid now. And well, people are like, wow, you guys are failures as insiders. Because it's like, well, how come we didn't know about the Embracer Group thing? And I'm not trying to come to Jeff Grubb or Greg Miller's defense because I don't really care about them. Like, I just don't, But I will say this. I think it was Greg Miller who said, well, maybe wires got crossed and maybe Sony was trying to buy these studios or these IP, but they ended up going to Embracer Group instead. And I'm like, it makes more sense that what you heard was the truth, actually. It makes more sense that you would hear that maybe Sony is talking to Square Enix and looking to acquire them, and you maybe didn't hear about the Embracer thing because the Embracer thing kind of just came out of like that happened. I'm telling you, this Embracer Group sale, I think it happened overnight. I do. Like, for $300 million, I think there were barely any negotiations. I think that was like a 24-hour deal just because of how it's like, whoa, that's it? Like, they're just gone? $300 million? I don't know. I don't want to go off the deep end here with my speculation, but all I can say at this point is that I don't know, man. I think that I just think it's bizarre. I just think it's bizarre that I know when it comes to acquisitions, it's like, well, you can never go based off of rumors. I know that these things can fall apart at any moment, but I think it's pretty bizarre that for like a year, everybody's been saying, damn, Sony should acquire Square Enix. Man, Square Enix would be a perfect fit, at least the Japanese sector of Square Enix. Sony should acquire them, right? People have been saying that for a year. Then we get these rumors from, like, let's face it, man, like, I know people don't really like Jeff Grubb or Greg Miller or whatever, and I'm not here to talk about that, but, these are people who absolutely would have some type of contacts. And whether it's third, fourth, fifth hand, still, they seemed kind of confident. They did. They seemed kind of confident. I don't know. You're saying we need to wait until Sony's earnings report MBG. Maybe you're right. Wouldn't it be funny as shit if tomorrow Sony announces they acquired Square Enix? Wouldn't that just be the funniest thing ever? Like, we just sit here talking about it this whole time. And we're like, well, I guess we'll never know. And then Sony's like, we acquired Square Enix. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I get tired of the acquisition talk because the reality of my situation at this point is I don't really care at this point who Sony gets, man. I don't. Like, I just do not care. You want to get the smallest studio ever. You want to get a big publisher. I don't care. You know what I care about? What's PlayStation Studios working on? What are they cooking up? That's what I want to know. I'm not so worried about Square Enix because we know Final Fantasy 16 is exclusive. We know Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2 is exclusive. By the way, Final Fantasy 7 Remake still not on Xbox. I just need to point that out, man. Like, still not on Xbox. What's going on there? All right. Let me see. Magnum Visuals, you're saying Tomb Raider died when they stopped sexualizing Lara. Jesus, man. All right. We're just going to move right along, Magnum Visuals. iSiler18, you're saying, I like Final Fantasy more than their Western studios, but recent data shows Final Fantasy 7 is only 5 million sold, probably more. But to Square, that's considered a failure? No? I mean, that doesn't seem like a failure to me, man. 5 million is good. I guess you have to imagine it made them quite a bit of money. All right, so the final topic I'm going to talk about pretty briefly here because I'm spent, man. I'm spent. I want to make sure I talk about what I'm playing and what I plan to play. Now, I don't know how many of you noticed that, look, I announced, well, I didn't announce, but I showed a picture that I got the platinum for Ghostwire Tokyo, and I want to give my final review, so to speak, on Ghostwire Tokyo. I saw some people saying that this game is trash. Ghostwire Tokyo is trash. It's not trash, but it's not great. Ghostwire Tokyo is okay. It's a very, what you would call a mid game. Absolutely a mid game. I'd rate it somewhere between a 6 and a 7 out of 10. But I will tell you, oh man, this game, the only reason I decided to platinum it was because I was so far into it that I felt like I just got to see it through. I just got to finish this thing, man. But it was pretty annoying. Like I got to admit, I don't know what the hell they were smoking when they were like, when it comes to collectibles, we're going to do all the collectibles. Like, you went overboard big time with the collectibles. There was just too much shit to collect, and it got actually really annoying by the end. And I got to a point where I was almost like, I'm like 2 trophies away from platinuming this, and the completionist in me will not let me walk away from it. But this is very much a situation where if you try to do everything in the game, it actually takes away from the experience. It doesn't enhance it. But putting the collectibles aside, Ghostwire Tokyo was still a generally fun game. Like, if I just played Ghostwire Tokyo as is with the main story, the side quests, and just a couple of collectibles, it was a good game, a solid experience overall. But I don't know that I could really recommend it to everybody. I think the combat is make or break for people. The combat is it's not that tight, and it's very kind of slow paced. And I saw somebody say they should have added like a dodge mechanic or a dash mechanic. And I agree. Like, I feel like that maybe would have made a big difference with it, but it was okay. And so I know that's a very short review, but I've been talking about Ghostwire Tokyo for the past couple weeks, and yeah, it's okay. I can't say it was worth $60. I gotta admit, Ghostwire Tokyo is a game that I paid $60 for, and the only reason I can say it was worth it is because I chose to do everything, so I got my money's worth in terms of hours played. Like, I think I put 60 hours into it, so like $1 per hour. But it's not worth $60. I think Ghostwire Tokyo would have been a perfect $40 game, and apparently that's the price it is now. But it should have been $40 from the start. That's the type of game where it's like, yeah, I don't think it's worth full price. I think people who are going to play Ghostwire Tokyo on Game Pass getting a good deal whenever it goes to Game Pass. And I think Ghostwire Tokyo is actually a perfect Game Pass game. Even at $40, like, that is the type of game where it's like, if I were to play that in Game Pass, I'd be like, yo, it's pretty good, man. Like, decent quality game. Not a great game, but a good game. You know, a game that I think fits perfectly in Game Pass. It's not like a premium PlayStation exclusive type game. So I enjoyed it overall. It was okay. It was a good experience at times. It was a mostly okay experience most of the time. And later in the game, when you try to collect everything, it became kind of a poor experience. That's the best way I can describe it. So, with that being said, though, you know, a game that I've been playing, and I'm actually still playing it a lot because I'm very close to platinuming it. Vampire Blood Hunt. I gave that game a try, and it's really not that good. It's decent. I talked about it last week, how I said this game is pretty good, but not great. Just kind of another run-of-your-mill or run-of-the-mill battle royale. It has a couple interesting mechanics. Verticality is a very vertical game. But I have 2 more trophies left, and these I may give up on them. I'm going to do a little rant, just a little micro rant here. Before I do that, Fabrice Paul, you're saying Microsoft makes $52 billion in revenue last year from the cloud only. The cloud is the heart of Microsoft and Xbox as a place in it. That's why Microsoft care. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure, dude. Cloud is what has allowed Microsoft to become a multi-trillion-dollar company. And you're right. They are going to make sure Xbox is part of that as long as Xbox is around. So thank you for that super chat. So the only 2 trophies I have left in Blood Hunt, I got to tell you guys about this because I'm going to go on a micro rant here. I cannot stand developers who release games with bugged trophies and don't immediately fix them, especially when they are as fucking stupid as this one. Listen to this. There is a trophy in this game that requires you to just traverse a certain amount of distance. And it's a trophy that I should have unlocked many hours ago. And all you have to do is just traverse a certain amount of distance. I think it's like 800 kilometers or something like that. Now, the trophy is broke, and the only way, listen, I swear to you, this is the craziest thing I ever heard. The only way you can get your distance to actually track and count towards the trophy is if you come in second or first place in a match. So think about that for a second. This trophy is requiring you to just play the game by just running around and doing what you do, but it will only count and track what you do if you make it to the second. And this has gotten me to a point where I'm playing the game like a crazy person at this point. I'm playing the game like a crazy person. So I'm entering matches, specifically 3-player matches, trios, because it gives me a higher chance of being in the top 2, where I'm just running around like a crazy person. And when it gets close to the end of the match, there is a class of character where if you just sit still, if you crouch and sit still for like 2 seconds, you become invisible. It looks like the Metal Gear Solid stealth camouflage. Like if people get close enough, they can still see you and figure out that you're there. But it makes it, you blend in really, really well with the environment. So I will, you're telling me I should stream it. Dude, I should. It's pretty funny, man. Like I'm just running around trying to add up this stat, and I'm desperately trying to come in second and first place. And I've been doing pretty damn good, man. But I have to bail on my teammates, and I seem like the worst player ever because they're like asking me to revive them and whatnot. And I'm like, sorry, bro. Like, I'm not getting in a fight with anybody. I'm just out here running, and I'm going to hide in a bush, okay, until I make it to the top 2 or 1. And yeah, I know my lighting's really bright. Sorry about that, but it's I'm so close to getting the trophy now. And then the only other trophy I have after that, and I hate this too, is I have to reach level 50. And this is one of those games where your performance in the game, like your skill, your performance, whether you place last or first, whether you win a game or you just quit a game, they give you a fixed amount of XP for your player level, and I hate it because it's like, why would, like, you guys are being dicks about it. Like, they're basically saying you need to play X amount of matches to reach level 50. And it's gotten to a point where, after looking into it and reading what some people were saying, the most effective way, and I hate this, dude. I hate this because it's just, you could tell the game design, it's just not taking into account trophies, vice versa. The most effective way to level your character up is, I shit you not, enter a game, leave the game. Enter a game, leave the game. That's the fastest way to level up your character. And I'm just like, you guys are, I hate that they do that. Like they put these, like they take advantage of and they exploit people like me who try to unlock trophies where it's like, now you're going to play our game forever. Like, how about I just give up on it? You know, I'm over here trying to be a good guy. I'll try out your game, free to play, sure. And then you try to hook me in like that. You try to exploit the fact that I want to unlock trophies. Unreal, man. And you know what the worst part is? And this is my final rant on this. I was under the impression, because when you finish a game, they show you an XP bar at the bottom of your end screen. And if you do good, you get more XP. If you come in like 3rd or 4th place, you get more XP. It tracks how much damage you're doing to enemies, and it multiplies your XP with that. And I'm like, oh man, dude, if I get really good at this game, I'll be level 50, no problem. And then I found out like hours later that that's not your XP bar for your level, buddy. That's for your battle pass that you didn't even buy. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm beginning to hate this game because of what they're doing to me here. So yeah, that's been my experience lately between Ghostwire Tokyo and Blood Hunt. And I'm happy to say I got Star Wars Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, and I don't know. I'm very much looking forward to this. I'm hoping that this will kind of make me feel better after Blood Hunt. So yeah, how have you guys? Have any of you played Star Wars? Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga? If so, how has it been? Is it good? Is it as good as everybody's saying it is? Because I feel like I'm trying to like temper my expectations where everybody's like, dude, this game's amazing. And I'm like, I don't know, man. It's a Lego game. I'm not, I'm not expecting a masterpiece. I'm just expecting it to be fun and good. Everybody's saying it's good. It's a little buggy. All right. How are the trophies in, dare I ask, should I just uninstall the game and return it? Are there going to be ridiculous trophy requirements for this? Are the trophy requirements going to be worse than what I just experienced with what I am experiencing with Blood Hunt? Surely not, right? It's a masterpiece, really? Wow. Okay. iSalary18, you're saying my point earlier is that Tomb Raider trilogy sold 38 million copies. Square always threw their former Western studios under the bus over sales. These games did better than Final Fantasy VII. That is crazy to think. I wonder why that is, man. That is crazy. 38 million. That is very impressive. Maybe Square Enix, they just don't like Western studios or games. You'll never get 100% of it. Well, I'm not looking at, I don't really care so much about 100%ing a game as much as I just care about getting the platinum if it's like tangible. It's good, but a collectathon like Ghostwire Tokyo. Oh God. What am I getting myself into? I can't do another collectathon, man. I don't know. Maybe I can. Maybe if the game. I think the reason why Ghostwire Tokyo's collectathon became unbearable is because I was just so over the gameplay. Like Ghostwire Tokyo's gameplay is very simple and it is not meant to be played for like 40, 50 hours, just doing the same type of, with your fingers and, stuff. It's just so not deep. It shouldn't be played like that for 50 hours. And I kept running into enemies over and over and over again. So you're saying Lego is a collectathon, but gameplay is fun, especially with a friend. All right. Well, I'm sure I'm going to play it this upcoming week, and I'll report back to you guys next week, and I'll let you know what my experience with it has been like. Let me see, man. I don't know how each week I keep doing these solo podcasts that are going on for 4 hours. I mean, geez, man. I don't know. Have I gotten better at this? I don't know if it's I've gotten better or what, or I've had more to say. Maybe not being on Twitter has made it so I have more to say, because I find it crazy that nothing has really happened this week, and yet I can sit here on stream and do a 4-hour stream. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to sound pompous or anything like that. No, I find myself surprised. Like, my friend said he thinks I'm insane. He thinks I'm a crazy person. He's like, dude, how can you sit down for 4 hours straight talking like alone? He's like, I think you're a crazy person, man. Like, I think I'm friends with a crazy person. And I'm like, I don't know. Give the community some credit. Absolutely. Yeah. You know what? Shout out to you guys. There's no way I could do this without the chat and without the super chats. Absolutely. You're 100% right, man. This is how we make it happen. 50-50. 50% me just not being somebody who can stop talking, and 50% you guys giving me some good stuff to talk about and keeping it going. So awesome. Absolutely. But Matt York, a member for 4 months, Greatness Waits, you're saying whiskey and crackdown stream is an inevitable part of your future 12-hour stream and no washroom break to make it as uncomfortable as possible. Well, dude, I better be getting some $500 super chats if I'm going to do a stream like that. That sounds absolutely torturous. Because isn't Crackdown a collectathon as well? All right, guys. That's it. That's episode 108 of Press X Podcast. I'll see if I can adjust the lighting of my stream next week, because I'm looking at it and yeah, it's a little bit overly bright for sure. But yeah, I mean, the last thing I'll say before ending this is I do hope that this upcoming week we have some some good stuff to talk about. You know, I hope that there are some good news stories, some good things to talk about, react to. We'll have to see what happens, but yeah, that does it, man. I'm gonna ask you guys one more time before we end this. Please hit that like button on your way out. Maybe we can get up to 550 likes. I want to thank every single person who donated a super chat and who is a channel member. You guys are the backbone of the channel. I say this each week. And I want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps for the podcast every week. Again, big help to the community. So thank you, man, for doing that. And then I want to give a shout out to my members. We have Play Has No Limits Plus. Shout out to Junior Jackson, Josh Z, Agile Ice 24, Skin Tight Salmon, PlayStation Pete, RE46 N2 Ray, Isiler 18, Whiskey Gaming, Pragmaticat, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, and Nakamichi. Then we have Play Has No Limits. Shout out to Rune Gasoden, Black Waifus, John Renzi, Zanarkand Blitzer, Space Gambler Jr., JDTV, Sir Speaks a Lot, Ashorty Faye, Big Norman 0518, Shaky Shako, Tyson Webb 509, Black Manta 1989, Brandon Chad Perez, and Kevin Kahan. Thank you guys so much for your support month over month. How do you become a member? There should be a join button. If not, I should have it linked down in the description box below. But there's also, I think, a member tab on my on the main homepage of my channel as well. But all right, guys, that does it. I'm spent. I gotta go. I'm gonna go spend the day relaxing, getting some quality time in with the family. And I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Sunday. Again, hope everybody is having a good Mother's Day, or making it so that you're, you know, any mothers in your lives, you're taking care of them, making sure they're having a good day too. So, all right, guys, I'll catch you hopefully tomorrow with a video and regular content throughout the week, and we'll be back here next Sunday. So take care, guys.